Good evening and welcome back to the Crucible. I do hope you're all having an excellent Easter Sunday. Now, here in Sheffield, snooker's finest are battling it out to win this most precious prize. And in the mix is a man that won it, 15 years ago, and he would love nothing more than to do it all over again.
Neil, well, welcome back to the Crucible. How does it feel to be back here after, I suppose, a year out?
Yeah, it was really strange because, you know, a lot of years I'm used to coming here as one of the tournament favourites, and, you know, to go out in the qualifiers, you know, it was really tough. But, you know, straight after that, it was about turning things around, what I can actually do to make sure I don't put myself in that position again. So to come here not only as a seed, but number 9 seed is remarkable, really.
With Rory McIlroy's recent incredible achievement, finally getting that monkey off his back and completing that Grand Slam, it puts me in mind of, you know, you've had a bit of pressure and expectation on you since 2010. How does that feel?
Yeah, when I watched Rory win and seeing him deal with the media during the event and after, it was like, wow, that's actually like watching me at the World Championships. Exactly the same thing. The only reason why I haven't won it here more times is because of a mental block. So yeah, I certainly drew many parallels with Rory's success in the Masters and me. And I hope one day to say what he said as well, like, you know, what are we all going to talk about next year? So hopefully, you know, that can be me talking, if not next year, this year. We'll see. You're not going to see any complacency or slow, scrappy frames from me this year. It's going to be attacking snooker. At times it might be over-aggressive, but I'd rather address and attack this World Championship than someone who's trying to just negotiate his way through the draw.
Well, it is great to have your company this evening. Thank you for sharing your Sunday evening with us. And I'm delighted to be in the company of John Parrott, the 1991 world champion. JP, you've had a rather busy day, haven't you?
Yes, I've just come out the commentary box from a wonderful match with Mark Williams and Wu Yizza, which was an absolute humdinger. So I'm looking forward to this evening as well.
Absolutely so. Well, Neil Robertson, it's very strange because we've talked about the Crucible curse quite a lot. It reared its ugly head again yesterday, didn't it? But as far as Neil Robertson is concerned, this curse has been going on rather a long time. Why have we not seen him get to the latter stages of this tournament more often? I don't know,
to be honest with you. It's one of the snooker mysteries, to be honest with you, because he's that good. He is one of the greatest players I've seen playing this game, and I've seen 2 or 3 performances from him as near perfection, but for some reason, in the last couple of years, he's played great first couple of rounds and then ran out of puff. So I don't know what's happened there. He's just, he said it was a mental block or something. He'd know better than me. But for him to only win 1 World Championship is very strange.
Well, he's got a mountain to climb tonight, hasn't he? And we'll bring you up to date and we'll bring you the live coverage of that match. But let's now currently bring you up.
Yeah, well, you'd expect it. The qualifiers are so good. I mean, the standard in depth is just tremendous. And Chris Wakelin himself showed how important it is to get a good first session. And if you can get, you know, these seeds troubled and worried about it, it's a potential banana skin for them.
It is indeed. Well, if you missed any of the match yesterday between Robertson and Wakelin, here is a quick recap.
World champion 15 years ago, here's Neil Robertson. The one and only Chris Wakelin.
We're looking forward to this match immensely. This is a right chance. Best part of the match so far, that, without a shadow of a doubt.
Neil Robertson gets on the score at last. Trails 2 frames to 1. Goodness me.
Phone the police. Neil Robertson's just been robbed. Chris Wakelin having a dream start. He leads 5 frames to 1 against Neil Robertson.
Excellent from Neil Robertson. Great way to start the fight back.
Another unbelievable pot. This black for a 7-2 lead for Chris Wakelin. Absolutely brilliant. And he takes an overnight lead against the Aussie.
What a final frame that was. It lasted 55 minutes. Now, Neil Robertson on the verge of elimination here. He has to overturn that 5-frame deficit while playing almost perfect snooker, JP. What did you make of it? You were in commentary for that.
Well, as I say, Chris got a great start, made a century and a 70, got his hand on the table. It was a funny session, really, for Robertson, because every time he came to the table, he always seemed to be getting awkward chances. And every time he got in, he finished straight on balls and had no angles. And it was a weird session for him. But take nothing away from Chris, he played very well. And the blue, pink and black to be 7-2. I mean, the blue and pink were absolutely astonishing. I mean, you can see it, this is horrible. It's a really thin. Basically, you've got to take a coat of paint off that one. And then you've got the middle pocket. You can hardly see the middle pocket. And he pots this, well, this is just as good as you could play in the match, really. That's a hard shot. And you'll see how much he enjoyed it when he pots the black, because you get a little fist pump, which you don't usually see from Chris.
You don't, do you?
No.
Just shows how much it meant to him.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, he's had a long time to wait, because obviously that session has got all the way to tonight, so it's been a long day for him to think about his lead.
And I just saw him in the practice room, actually, and he seemed very, very focused.
Yeah. On this opening session for Neil Robertson, you would think he's got to win at least 3-1, if not 4-0, just to put himself in the match.
With what Neil Robertson's been through as a player, falling out of the top 16 and now being here back in the top 16, he's had to dig deep and fight before. We can't rule him out of this by any
his
chance.
game's back. He's won 2 tournaments this season, so he's playing well. It was just a little bit of a surprise yesterday to see that scoreline. But as I say, there was a few things there. Chris played well, and the balls didn't really run very well for the Aussie, so who knows? Tonight could be different.
How important is the opening frame of tonight for both of these players?
Massive. Absolutely massive. Just like the last one was last night. You know, if it had been 6-3, Neil would have been coming out thinking, you know, it wasn't that bad a session, but 7-2 was huge. But he needs a good start.
And you can see... Well, the players are ready backstage, as you've just seen, and so too is our MC, Rob Walker. Take it away, Rob.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The climax of the opening weekend is upon us in Sheffield, and by the end of tonight, 5 players will have booked their path through to the last 16 of this year's Halo World Snooker Championship. And even though we've got a full 15 days still to go, genuinely, you can sense the tension beginning to bubble around this famous old arena. Because I'll tell you what, there is literally nowhere quite like the Crucible. And here comes a player who absolutely loves this stage. 5 centuries on Judgment Day at the qualifiers, and he's brought his form to the biggest arena of them all. A UK semi-finalist, a shootout champion, and the only Iranian ever to make it to this famous venue. Here comes the Prince of Persia, Hossein Vafai. To a 4-time ranking event winner, right back to his best. World finalist in 13, bidding for his 12th appearance in the last 16, but his first for 4 years. UK and German Masters runner-up this season. He's ready for a massive night because he's the eagle-eyed Barry Hawkins.
When I'm not with you.
And now to a player coming towards the end of his best season on tour so far. International Championship runner-up in the autumn, Masters debut in January, and here he is, 3 frames away from a maiden match win on the Crucible stage. Former shootout champion, and he will relish the opportunity tonight. Here comes Chris Wakelin. Finally, to a player who has returned to winning ways this season, scooping the English Open and World Grand Prix titles. And in 2010, lest we forget, he came from 11-5 down in the second round to secure the world title. Is the comeback on once more? Let's find out. He's the Thunder from down under, Neil Robertson.
Well, we have 2 matches playing to a finish tonight. Your Sunday night is sorted. On table 2, Barry Hawkins is currently 5-4 up against Hussein Vafai, and you can watch that game on the iPlayer and the BBC Sport website. But here on BBC 4, we're going to follow Neil Robertson as he fights to stay in the championship, trailing 7-2 to the very impressive Chris Wakelin. Our commentary team for this one is Ken Doherty and John Virgo. Good evening to both of you.
Good evening, Seema, and good evening, everybody. Well, big 4 frames here, you feel, for Neil Robertson as he gets this second session underway. It was a surprise to everybody, I'm certainly including him, to be 5 frames adrift at the end of the first session. But that's what it is. And now it's a question of, can he get back in the match? Always a pleasure to be joined in the commentary box by the 1997 champion of the world, Ken Doherty. Yes, Ken, good start needed desperately for Neil Robertson.
Yeah, absolutely, John. And looking forward to this. What a wonderful ovation for all 4 players as they walked into this Crucible. But more so for this man. They want to see a fight back. That's a good start. That's what the doctor ordered. And of course he's well capable when he won the World Championship. 11-5 down he was. He checked out of his hotel against Martin Gould. Came back to win 13-12. So it's in the tank. He's won 2 tournaments already this season. He's playing well. But he just has to have that belief. And he needs a really good start. And he needs to win frames in one visit, John. You know, he cannot do it in bits and pieces. Chris Wakelin is playing too well. He needs to score a lot better than he has done.
Played that nicely. Got this red now to the right corner. He can play for the black,
11.
which is the business end of the table where you accrue the points the quickest. And he did say, I saw the interview before the match, he said he's going to come here this time around and play more attacking, because we all agree that he's best when he plays like that.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. You know, he said he was more fast attacking snooker, but when I look at the average shot time from that first session, it's 28 seconds. That's way too slow for Neil Robertson.
Yeah, I looked at that, and yeah, that's not what he was after. You're looking 23, 22, 23 seconds a shot.
20.
Anyway, he's got a chance here to score heavily.
Used all of the pocket there. That was a good shot. And all of his cue power.
27.
Looks like there's a bit of a spring in his step. He knows he's got to really put on the skates tonight, you know, and put his opponent under some sort of pressure. He's vastly experienced here at the Crucible. There's his average shot time now. Look at
28.
that. 18 seconds. It's a huge difference. Yeah, lovely shot. Beautiful. This is what Chris Wakelin didn't want. There's nothing you can do. He's got to sit and wait.
Yeah, it's a case of both players don't panic. But this is just the start that Neil was looking for. I know it's an old saying, but you just got to take 1 frame at a time. Don't push the ball out too much. Don't get ahead of yourself. Stay in the moment.
44.
It's pretty straight in the screen, but he is blessed with wonderful cue power. No problem to him getting down to this loose red, just the left-hand side of the pack. Perfect. This is a good start from there, Robertson. Beautiful shot.
47.
Just asking the referee to clean the cue ball. He's got a nice angle. He doesn't have to play a cannon here. There's a couple of reds in that little cluster of 4 just above the black. At least one of them will go in the same pocket as the black, so just a gentle little screw shot.
$55. 56.
The left-hand red of the 3 in the middle of the table, I think it goes to the right middle. He's now looking if he can screw off the side cushion, because I think he's pretty straight on this black. You would think the easiest positional shot was to play for that red in the right middle, but it depends how he feels. It's a snooker player's makeup. He wants to make the next shot as easy as possible. But that was the simplest way of doing it, and he's played it nicely.
63.
One more red and a black, and that'll be the first frame taken care of. Just the start he was looking for. Good
64.
opening red. Chris Wakelin, well, he's experienced enough.
71.
Okay, it was made clear to the audience he's never won a first round match at the Crucible. But this season in particular, Ken, he's become a completely different
72.
player.
Yeah, Chris Wakelin, yeah, he's had a good season. Beaten some wonderful players along the way. Steadily climbing that ranking ladder. And he performed beautifully in that first session.
75.
Totally dominant. But he's had to sit through this. He knows he's not over the line. There's still a long way to go. This is the start he didn't want.
76.
But certainly the start that Robertson wanted. And this is what he can do, John. He can reel off frames very, very quickly when he's in this type of mood. Just sometimes he gets bogged down, doesn't he? He looks at too many shots. He takes too much time, and I don't think that suits him. I think when he's playing at this type of pace, he's just more frightening. He's more dynamic, more assertive, and looks more confident.
81.
Oh, superb clean cuts. Oh, possibility of starting the second session in style. Century break, possibly.
$89.
And could have done with that rub off the red, because now he's straight on the black. It'll be difficult to get any sort of position on that last red.
Have a look at this for a shot. If it gets behind the red, it's perfect. Oh,
97.
does the red go past the yellow? Not quite sure. He's having a good look at it. Must be pretty tight.
And on the blue, his career total century stands at 980. Make that 981. What a superb start. As Ken said, just the one he was looking for. But as we always say, a century only wins one frame. He's had all the table time. He's got his cue arm going.
Yeah, brilliant break this. Lay down a marker, set a precedent. Oh, good. It was good effort off the angle of the middle pocket.
117.
Well, it doesn't matter about the perfect start for Neil Robertson. So is the comeback on? We don't know, because Chris Wakelin, as his snooker, never got a shot that frame. His lead has been reduced to 4. 7-3 he leads.
Well, he talks about bringing fast, attacking, aggressive snooker to this tournament, and that was rather brisk because he managed to get the job done in 11 minutes. But what did you make of that?
What an opening red, by the way. That shows your intent, isn't it? Absolutely screaming opening red to knock it in. I mean, this is what he's brilliant at. One of the best long potters we've ever seen. But look at the way the balls are there. Would you think, you know, you Chris Wakelin, you'd not get a shot in the frame? Absolutely fantastic start, and he played certainly with great alacrity there, didn't he?
He did, and we talked earlier on about the importance of winning that opening frame.
Yeah.
So it feels like the momentum sort of shifted towards Neil Robertson
it's early days, yeah. I mean, in some respects, he's probably playing a little bit of... He's freewheeling at the minute because he's looking... Most people are thinking he's going to go out the tournament 7-2 behind. So at the moment, he can be a little bit loose and a little bit free and take his shots on and try and change the scoreline. And that's the best way to start.
It is indeed. As for Chris Wakelin, you mentioned earlier, I thought it was a really good point, actually, that they played yesterday afternoon, didn't they? But he had to wait all the way till tonight. Yeah. Is that sort of... Could it go against him?
I mean, listen, it's nice to have an overnight sleep when you're 7-2 ahead. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, it's probably one of those matches where when you are 7-2, you'd prefer to have the session sort of morning and evening and get the match over with doing it that way. So he's had a long time to think about it. And he's not yet won a match at the Crucible. He's been here 3 times and he's lost 3 times. So... It could be a point in it. I mean, it's not. He's experienced enough. He's up to 20 in the rankings now, so it shouldn't really be a factor. But he has had to wait a long time for this session to start.
He has, and he still has that healthy lead. 7-3 up. Back we go.
Thank you, frame 11. Chris Wakelin to break.
Good break off. Anytime you break off and don't leave a pot on, you've got to be happy with that.
Well, that's an unusual statistic, isn't it? Pot success for both players. Neil Robertson 92%. Chris Wakelin 89%, but Chris Wakelin has a 7-3 lead. That's hard to believe. That could make a difference. That long pot success rate. 71% Neil Robertson, only 50% Chris Wakelin.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? It's the thing. He started the session. Rest success. Neil leads in that. He leads in every stat. And they say stats never lie. Okay, there's a possibility of making this into a plan, but the main thing is don't leave the red near the corner. And the brown's not a bad target. Brown or yellow, get behind there. Oh, well, he got the plate. It was a bonus, and that's a nice little rub off the yellow.
Yeah, that was well manufactured, wasn't it? Not planned, because it certainly wasn't set. So his priority was the cue ball, of course, back to ball. But as John said, a nice little nudge. It gives him the options of yellow or green or brown here. I'd like to play the yellow. Possibility, maybe bringing the black into play here. Maybe off 2 cushions into the black and red. Oh, but don't forget the potted yellow. That's exactly what he tried. Look, it was the perfect angle into black and red. Little sign of Crucible nerves.
Yeah, and just tentatively played. He had the perfect line to do what you said, bring the black into play, but when you looked at the pace in the cue ball, he didn't really open them up. It was just a little bit tentative. Understandable. You know, that big lead, sometimes you don't know how to handle it. You'd only be looking over your shoulder every other shot. But Neil couldn't get the right side of the blue, so it's not an easy chance, this. Black tied up, pink out of commission. Now, can he bring the black into play? That's what he tried. Not quite.
6.
And nothing to go at.
Neil Robertson 6.
Yeah, good pot.
1.
And he's got a nice angle on the green. The pink is slightly been released, if you like, so but there's still a possibility of playing that cannon on the black and the red. Well, he didn't think it was on. But as I say, with that pink just being sprung into the open, it does give him a high-value colour to go at.
Possibility he could play for pink into the left centre here. Try and leave a nice angle on it and try and possibly disturb another red. Looks pretty straight in it though. Slight angle. That's not bad. He's on a red into the right corner.
Eleven.
You would think just potting the red, he's bound to have the yellow as the colour. So not much to do with the cue ball. He's given it plenty of thinking time. Don't want to overthink shots. That's what he did in the end.
Chris Wakelin, 11.
And it's situations like that that will give Neil Robertson a bit of encouragement, because when you're facing a deficit that you started with this evening, you need a little bit of help from your opponent, no doubt.
One.
Well, no prizes for guessing what happens next.
Neil Robertson, 1.
We get this a lot now, Ken, don't we? The referee just having a look to see where, if she has to replace it, but surely it's obvious where the cue ball is, isn't it? It's behind the yellow. Right, he's just trying to nestle on this red, just past the middle pocket. One closer to the left-hand side cushion. No. Too narrow a line.
Foul and a miss. Neil Robertson, 4.
Well, Neil being a left-hander, he might fancy this red into the left corner. Well, no.
Well, let's see if she puts it back in the right position, John.
Neil.
So just a minor adjustment. Same mistake.
It's in off, is it?
Foul and a miss. Neil Robertson, 4. Neil. Thank you.
Yeah, when you're playing off one cushion, just the throw is very, very wide, so he's got to adjust slightly. This looks a better line. Might hit the knuckle of the middle, does it? Oh, good shot. Good shot.
Yeah, to me, I always felt he was not going to leave much if he hit the red, which is why I expected Neil to play that. The red to the left corner, but anyway, he's faced now with the safety, and it's not that easy. The red he's closest to, he's not guaranteed to get this back to the baulk cushion.
That wouldn't be a bad choice. Taking the red away from the black, open it up. Playing off 3, possibly 4 cushions back to the bulk area. Oh, doesn't like it. Nice target behind the brown. Oh, is it going in? That's a poor shot. Really poor shot from Neil Robertson.
Well, considering all the thought that went into it.
I mean, it's an obvious shot, that, John, wasn't it? One red onto the other. It's like in a line to knock that red towards that corner pocket.
1.
Didn't make sense the way he played that. Yeah, and I think that's what we say about Neil, that he thinks about things so much, and then in the end, it's like he confuses himself.
Well, that's gone wrong. Nothing straightforward.
7.
This red is potable, but he's going to need everything that's available to
I'll be
him.
amazed if he plays it. I'll tell you that. The obvious shot here is the red that's just off the left-hand side cushion. Come off that quarter ball and try and get in behind the yellow.
Chris Wakelin 7.
Not a great safety shot from Chris Wakelin. Chance of a cut red here into the left corner pocket. Looks good. Needs a bounce off that ball cushion. Needs a big bounce. Needed a bigger bounce.
Robertson 1.
Well, that was a new way of getting back to bulk.
there you see, this red clearly pots. Not a chance. No, not this time. Neil was looking at the two reds. Could he make them into a plan? It's possible.
Well, slowly but surely the reds are beginning to open. Oh, terrific pot from Neil, and that cue ball is going to slow up and it'll be nicely on the yellow. So this is a decent chance now. He's knocked some nice long balls in here, Ken, which is a good sign.
It is a very good sign. Slowly building that confidence. Now, he could play for the red left of the pink, but he could take a chance here, Johnny. Play off 1, 2, possibly 3 cushions into those reds with a lot of pace. Oh, has he played this well? It's okay. Could have been better.
3.
Yeah, the fact that he's left-handed, it's not too bad. If he was right-handed, he'd have to be using the rest here. The fact he can reach it without the rest makes it a little bit easier. Just got to be careful of that brown. Nice clean pot.
4.
Well, he wouldn't mind the blue into the top pocket, I tell you. And there's a key red here. The one immediately to the right of the black. If he can get that out of the way, it'll make the black available into the right corner. And it could turn out to be a very good chance. This is the red, and it will now make the black available. It's a good chance now. Frame winning 1. Well, there's those two reds close together near the top cushion, which he'll certainly need at least one of those. So it's not a formality.
Yeah, and I think that red left of the black spot, that's closest to the black spot, that will pot into the right corner as well. So he's okay in that regard. Play this red just below the black. Could play either red actually, but I like this red. Just play the black into the right corner pocket, just stun across. Shouldn't be a problem. Soft little stun here, just get a nice angle on the black.
17.
Could have been better. The angle is going away from the reds. Yeah, he's really needed to be higher up the table with the cue ball. So pink it is. Good pot. Very good.
$23.
20 points the lead. So he's going to need 3 of these reds with colours.
24.
And now, does he risk it? Has he got the angle on the black to play the run through and disturb those 2 reds that are together? Because you're going to need one of them. He's brought them both into play. Now, one good positional shot off this next red, and the frame at his mercy.
31.
Just got to be careful of the green pocket here with the cue ball. He's okay. He's gone around the back of the green. That's fine.
32.
The cue ball's got to travel some distance, but he's got a big area to try and land that cue ball in. Right above the black. It needs to go. It needs to go, this cue ball. It's a bit short. Oh, poor shot
34.
once again. A little tentative. 31 in the lead, so he needs red and high value colour. But this is missable, and the fact that, well, the cue ball could be careering into the red below the black makes this pot that much more difficult. But if he gets it, it could be a frame winner.
No, he's missed it. And it was just a poor positional shot, as Ken said, off the yellow.
Neil Robertson,
And he's
34.
been a bit fortunate that the second red he ran into has run safe, but Chris Wakelin should be just pleased he's back at the table. Ooh, well, that knocked 3 times.
Neil Robertson would be so disappointed in being a straightforward yellow down into an area anywhere between pink and black. If he goes too far, he's got the red on the top cushion. If he plays it perfect, he's got the red above the black. It was frame at his mercy. But this is not straightforward here for Chris Wakelin. The angle on the black is not good. The angle on the pink is not good.
No, and it's the type of shot. I mean, the red, even if you could get right in behind it, it'd be a tough pot. So basically the decision is now, do I pot the black and then I've got a tough safety shot on the last red? I mean, if he was closer to the black or the pink, I think there might be value in playing the snooker, but... So he's playing the pot on the black. But now he's left with a, it's got to be said, a tough safety on this last red, and we know how good a potter Neil Robertson is, so there's pressure on this to get it safe.
Chris Wakelin, 8.
And he's not got it safe. I think Neil can get past the pink. He clearly can. Don't get me wrong, I'm not making this an easy pot, but it's a chance. Red cover is what's needed.
Yeah, it wasn't easy, but he's got a good cue ball. Chris could use the red onto the black here. And that would make the red almost stay where the black is and then get that cue ball down. Maybe somewhere behind the yellow, so he could have pink and possibly yellow is blocking balls here, but he's got to hit it almost full ball onto the black. Doesn't want to knock the black safe though. Full ball. He's got the red safe. Doesn't want to knock the black safe. It's okay. Now it's a big target, isn't it, John, for that cue ball?
Yeah, not so much for Neil. But if Neil leaves a path to this red when he's playing this safety shot, that target, that green and black, could be a good one for to Chris Wakelin to aim at. Good shot. Never easy, those shots, but okay, he was going to leave the red in the open, but he's got a good cue ball. That was the main objective. And now he's going to have a shot at the red. Oh, unless it runs on and runs on. Oh, what it has done. Dear me, I never thought he was going to get there.
It was a brave shot, wasn't it? Because he knew he was knocking the red towards this left corner pocket now. Chris Wakelin, it is a target. It's not too bad to hit, but it's the problem of getting it safe.
And of course, with the miss rule, he's got to hit it. It's a good hit. Well, he's left it over the middle, has he? Yeah, that's the problem. The age-old problem. It's not hitting it. Can you get it safe? He couldn't.
One.
So Snooker will be required after he pots the next yellow. That will put him 28 points in front with just 25 remaining. I don't think he'll be getting too concerned at the moment, Chris, or he shouldn't be. He may be feeling a little bit aggrieved when Neil got that snooker behind the green. He left the red on, as Ken said at the time. It was a very risky shot to play. Anyway, the fractions favoured him there. No way back to the table now for Chris Wakelin.
12.
Just what Neil Robertson was looking for. A good start. Anyway, no matter, the frame was well and truly over. So Chris Wakelin came in with a 5-frame advantage. It's been reduced to 3.
So much drama for you to enjoy across the BBC iPlayer, and so much action for you to enjoy with us, because Neil Robertson has now won back-to-back frames, JP.
Yeah, a dream start from this evening. Obviously with a century, a little bit slower in that frame, but it won't make any difference. It's the scoreline he needs to change, and now it's 7-4, and Not quite squeaky bum time for Chris, but he'd like to get a frame on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. From Neil Robertson's perspective, he's been there, he's done it, he's won it all. He's a Triple Crown winner.
Yeah.
Do you think his experience really shows through in this?
Well, you can have experience, but you've still got to pop balls. It's as simple as that, and you've got to score. And he certainly seems to be playing a little bit more fluent. It was funny. It was a weird session yesterday, to be honest with you, because I did it all in the commentary box, and whenever Neil came to the table, there always seemed to be problems. You know, it wasn't he was walking around slowly because he was overthinking it. It was just that he, you know, a lot of time the balls were awkward. It was a funny session. You know, Chris came to the table, played well, but the balls and opportunities seemed to be there, whereas Neil's always seemed to be like hard work. It was just a weird sort of session. Chris deserved to be in front, but it was a hard one for Neil Robertson to play in yesterday. And
we saw that Neil stepped out of the arena, giving Chris a little bit more time to think about this.
Oh, yeah, let him stew on the 7-4. The fact I've won the first 2 frames of the evening, and I'll just take my time and come back in. So, you know, obviously, listen, at this stage, they're all massive frames. And as I mentioned, Chris would like to get one on the board. But Neil Robertson's got masses of experience. He's been here at the business end, and he's playing an opponent who's yet to win a match at the Crucible.
Yeah, and also, look, he's back in the top 16, as we mentioned. He ended a 2-year ranking title drought, winning the English Open. He won the World Grand Prix, whitewashed Bingham in the final. I mean, he's got plenty of confidence from those wins, no doubt.
Absolutely, and as I say, it's one of the mysteries why he's only won 1 World Championship. You could probably say the same thing about Judd Trump, really. Between the pair of them, they've been 2 of the best players we've had on our circuit, yet there's only 2 World Championships between the pair of them, so it shows you how difficult it is to actually win one of these things.
It is.
As for Chris, well, he's not got to panic. He's just got to keep playing the right shots, hope his opportunities come, and make the most of them when they do. There's a reason why he was 7-2 in front. He played very well.
As you mentioned, he's never made it past the first round here. In 4 appearances, he's never won a match.
Yeah.
So back-to-back defeats on Judgment Day in the last 2 seasons. So he's so close to getting there.
And he's much improved. I mean, he is probably one of the most improved players on the circuit. He was always, you could describe him as a really solid player, maybe slightly journeyman if I'm being honest. And then all of a sudden he's got improvement. He's got some confidence. He's improved as a player all round. He's taken some big scalps. And, you know, as I say, as the draw came through, he was one of the people you'd want to avoid in the first round matches.
I was just asking you when we were watching that frame unfold, how difficult is it to enjoy this first round?
Listen,
he doesn't look very happy right now.
Well, nobody does. And snooker players never do, Simon. It's just, it's you know, it's your job and everything, but you do sweat out there, and it's hard work. Even when you're playing well and winning, you've still got to keep that concentration up and everything. Yes, listen, it's your job. I don't use the word enjoy about it too much. It's just try and do it as well as you can.
Well, he had to dig deep, didn't he, in qualifying? He came through qualifying, and it's stressful as it is. That's the tournament in itself, isn't it, to get to this stage? And then the last thing you want to do is go out in the first round.
Yeah, and this is, as I say, they're all big frames, but this one, I think, is really big because 7-5 starts to look a little bit too close.
So Neil Robertson gets the 3rd frame of this final session underway. So far, mission accomplished, but there's 2 frames now before the mid-session interval. He'd love both of them, obviously, but I'm certain Chris Wakelin will have something to say about it. To be fair, Ken, to Chris, he's not a clear-cut scoring opportunity. OK, he missed a yellow early on in one of the frames, but apart from that, they've not been lots of them, but Neil seems to have his long potting boots on.
Yeah, another good one. And a lovely angle. Now, can he get it? Enough pace on this cue ball, split the reds. Always need a bit of luck. Needs to stop that cue ball. He's okay. But, yeah, difficult pack to split up there when he has this shot. Wow, this requires gun barrel straight cue on this. Oh, well, that's the best shot of the night so far for me, without a doubt. You cannot cue the ball any better than this. Wonderful cueing.
We flicked the yellow, but it could have been worse. Yeah, and the fact
14.
That red to the middle, and I agree with you, by far the best shot of the night. No hesitation. Just got down, knew it was the right shot, played it, got it.
$15.
I think it's a key point, is the pace of which he plays. And go back to the assertiveness, you know, in his game. He's going to need a good pot here. Blue in and out of bog, digging down the cue ball.
And it was the fact he was digging down to try and
Robertson,
avoid
50.
the kiss on the pink and green and brown caused the miss. So here's probably the chance that Chris Wakelin has been looking for now. Nice easy starter and a chance to score.
$1. $8. $9.
That was struck nicely. Perfect on black or blue. I think the red at the top of that bunch of will pot into the left corner pocket. A little bit short of the cue ball.
14.
A little bit short. He wasn't good on as well as he should have been on that red. So once again, a little sign of Crucible nerves from Chris Wakelin. He hasn't really settled tonight so far. Yeah, Robertson will be certainly picking up on that, maybe trying to press home his advantage here. Yeah, compound the pressure. As John said in the studio, he's never won a match here, Chris Wakelin. So that's a big thing in itself. He's in a match now.
Yeah, he's not great on any colour here. He'll play the yellow, left-hander. The only red you think he can play on is the one that's on the right-hand side of the table. Okay, he plays the blue. He'll still have to play for that red. The blue's missable. The yellow, not so much. That's why you'd favour the yellow.
I'm like you, John, left-hander, that yellow into the... It's just a natural angle off one, possibly two cushions for this red over the right-hand side.
He seems determined. He wants the pink back on its spot, but... Well, his decision. He was going to leave this red. It's certainly no gimme.
7.
Well, it's a shot he likes, obviously. That's why you favour that side. So now one good shot here. Lots of top spin. Split that pack open. How's your look? Is he on one? I think he is. Yeah, nice straight
50.
pot, but once again, it's certainly not a gimme. He's got to play it with a little bit of stun follow through, you would say, for the black into the left corner.
$16.
Yeah, beautiful stroke. When people ask me about a tip on snooker, I always say, have a look at Neil Robertson and the way he pushes the cue through straight. And when he potted that red to the right corner, you saw it. And it's so
23.
good. No, you know, you hit slightly across the ball, you put a little bit of unintentional side on. Not this man when he's cueing well.
24.
Not really a difficult red. Just needs a precise positional shot. Once he pops one of these 3 reds in the middle of the table, the other 2 will be nicely available.
31.
You'd be surprised, and Neil will be disappointed if he doesn't take the frame now at this visit.
$32. $39. $40.
Well, that didn't go into the middle of the pocket.
47.
But it went in, more importantly. So you see it, 49.
48.
Ahead now, black. Put him 56 with 51 remaining. It's been good stuff so far from Neil Robertson. Chris Wakelin had a chance.
55.
And here's the miss. Look at that. He didn't get on that red the way he should have, but still, should have potted it.
56.
Robertson, he's like a man on a mission at the moment. Big frame coming up last before the mid-session interval. And whatever happens in this last frame before this mid-session interval, John, I think Neil Robertson
61.
has got himself back into this match. He needed to win at least 3 of the 4.
Yeah, absolutely.
62.
And I think what's more important, when you're in this situation, you need a little bit of help from your opponent. And he certainly had that in this frame. Chris Wakelin had his best chance so far this evening, and that ready miss to the corner.
69.
With the poor positional shot, as you referred to, you know, that just sends a little sign of weakness. Red's not gone in.
69 and a frame.
But it doesn't matter. That's another frame for the Aussie, chalked up. And he's now just 2 behind. 7-5.
A very strong start for the Thunder from down under. He wins 3 frames in a row. It's like he's forgotten what happened yesterday.
Yeah, as I say, to some extent, he's sort of freewheeling because he's 7-2 behind. But now he won't be because he's now getting very close. He's clawing his man back. When you are coming back from something like this, you need a couple of things to happen. One is you've got to play well. And the other is you need a bit of help from your opponent. And he just had it in that frame there where Chris has missed the red in the corner pocket there. And it's just 1 or 2 signs, understandably, that he's starting to feel the pinch a bit. But, I mean, he shouldn't really be missing this one. And that's, I mean, it didn't even catch the jaws, did it? To be perfectly honest with you, that one's a poor miss. So Neil Robertson will sense that. And I said at the start he needed to win 3 out the first 4. Well, he's won the first 3. Got a chance to get all 4 here. So he'll be trying like mad to do that to only be 7-6 behind.
From Chris Wakelin's perspective, are we looking at pure pressure here? Is that what this is?
Well, it's not quite a journey into the unknown because he's been here before, but it's a different set of circumstances. In the other matches, he was never 7-2 ahead. This is different. He's had to sleep on this overnight. As I say, it's a long time between 2 sessions, so it is different for him. I mean, this is a big frame coming up, but if he wins it, great, 8-5, no panic. But if it's 7-6, he's got to tell himself, you know, would you take 7-6 ahead going into the final session with Neil Robertson? Of course you would. But anyway, let's just see how this one plays out first.
Thank you.
Really big frame coming up now.
Chris Wakelin to break.
So massive frame. Well, for both players. Well, more importantly, I think for Chris Wakelin here, John, doesn't want to lose all 4. He'd like to bridge the gap. Stop the momentum.
Yeah, it's a funny thing when you have a big lead. I mean, all your pals, and I'm certain his pals are with him, saying, oh, that's it then, you broke the back of the match. And you're entitled to feel that way. But you can never take anything for granted this game because of the nature of the game.
And particularly where you're playing as well. I mean, that has a lot to do with it. So many swings of roundabouts in a best of 19. We saw it yesterday. The defending champion winning 6 in a row, then losing 7 in a row.
Yeah, but I think if I was in Chris's corner now, and obviously we don't know who's going to win this frame, but I'd say, look, you've not played yet. And that is the bottom line. He has not done anything so far this evening. He's not made any breaks. He's done nothing. And he didn't get to 7-2 in front by doing nothing. So just got to forget what's gone before and look ahead and start playing. Because I think the days of falling over the line have gone.
No, without a shadow of doubt. You're not going to fall over the line against this champion, Neil Robertson. You're going to have to win it.
Just a little rub on the green spoilt it from being a very good safety. Much too thick. He's had a result. The red that went close to the pocket is covered by another one, so... And as it turns out, it's not turned out to be a bad safety. Nothing there. He's got to catch this just right. And he just caught the bump in the middle pocket. I suppose the only upside for Neil with that shot, the red he played has tied up the black. It's only a case of potting this red that's closest to the left corner. And get in position. He's got work to do with the cue ball, which is probably why he'll refuse it.
Well, he's looking at the possibility. Those two reds trying to make a plant into this left corner pocket. Obviously, the priority is getting a good cue ball back to balk. Oh, it's not bad. It's not bad. Needs a kiss on the yellow, and he's got one. Nicely picked out once again. Another plant that he's picked out. Nicely executed now. He's got a nice angle on the brown. He could play for a loose red or big target those 6 reds just beneath the pink. He could play into that, take a chance, try and split them open.
Yeah, I think he needs to play a positive shot here. And that's what he's done. And he's okay, he's got one worse way to the left middle, but I've noticed he's got one to the right corner. That was a good, positive, aggressive shot. His first one this evening.
Six.
What a wonderful split as well. Plenty of options here for reds. Pink available, black is brought into play
11.
as well. That was tied up. So couldn't have worked out any better here.
$12.
Well, at first glance, it's okay, but he could have done with screwing back
18.
a few inches more than that. Maybe it's okay. Maybe he can play plain ball and play for the pink in the right corner.
$19.
You see, he was just low on the pink, but it's not bad. There's a red immediately below the pink that's available into the left corner. See, it was just these fractions that were just going against him. You know, you're trying to pinch a bit of the pocket to get the cue ball where you want it to be, and it caught up with him. It's worrying times for Chris. You need the interval, I think, badly.
Yeah, in those situations, you gotta make sure the pot
As you said, John, just trying to pinch a bit. These pockets won't take that. If he's got an angle, he doesn't have to play for the pink here. He could play up for the blue. It's not ideal for the Reds the way they're situated to play on the pink here.
Yeah, we always say that when the ball's in the jaws of the pocket, but this pink isn't in the jaws of the pocket. I mean, to me, you put this red to the left corner, you leave yourself a half ball pink, and the red immediately above the black looks as though it was in the left corner, so I can't see a real problem here. He's now looking if he goes right over to the right-hand side cushion. I'm not having that. And that red immediately above the black definitely goes to the left corner. I caught a glimpse of it there. It's just one precise positional shot here off the pink. And it's all set fair. He can get the black on the spot. Well, I decided to play it that way. Take a little bit of a chance, but it's worked out okay. And now all set fair for a sizable contribution.
Well, it's worked out a treat. I mean, he's moved the red away from the black into the left corner. He can nicely on this red. He can play for pink, black or blue here. Pink it is.
8. $14. $15.
Well, he came around, he had a good look to see what was available. Went there, that red, is it in the middle? Is it available into this right corner pocket? Looks like there's enough room. He's perfect on it.
21. $22.
He's just having a good look here because when the black goes back in the spot, it may block at least a couple of those reds into the left corner pocket. So he's playing for the extreme left of those four around the black spot area.
29. $30.
Well, that's not perfect. He's got the wrong angle. Is he on the black or can he? Oh, maybe he's got just enough, just to stun through the gap of the three reds here. Yeah, well played. Good shot. And that really opens them all up now. Just had enough of an angle.
37.
As Chris Wakelin looks on, that will be another shot that will haunt him
38.
through the mid-session interval. That pink.
45. $46.
This was it. If it had been better on the red to the middle, he'd have been straight on that pink and it'd been unmissable. It's just those fractions when you're playing your positional shots that can catch you out. Well, Neil's left
53.
himself a tricky red here. So there's a bit of pressure on this. Still needs 2 reds, 2 colours. No, I didn't think he
Robertson,
played for it, so he
53.
must have fancied it. Played it in such a way that he might get the cover, and luckily enough for him, he did. But it was a frame-winning chance. It's gone. No, he needs cover here because this red is cuttable. He's not got cover. This red was always going to be cuttable. Worst way, I think I'd have come off the top cushion and just nestled up to it rather than leave any sort of pot on.
Yeah, it's a poor shot, isn't it? Even leaving the chance here. Somewhere near the green pocket with that cue ball would have been okay. Yeah. I don't think he's going to be on a colour though. Oh, maybe he's on the yellow into the middle. If he's got an angle, it's natural down towards one of these reds.
The fact he's come down here to have a look at the red tells me you're right, Ken. He's got a nice angle on this yellow. Yeah, no problem. And he couldn't have played it much better than that.
Great shot. Wonderful shot. 37 ahead. Red and black required. And another frame beckons for the former champion. That was the important one.
11.
This red will stop Chris Wakelin coming back to the table. And he's got a bit of contemplation during this mid-session interval
12.
to do. A couple of glaring misses will dent his confidence. Neil Robertson needed a fast start tonight, and he certainly delivered that.
19. $20. $25.
And maybe, John, the interval will probably come at a good time for Chris Wakelin just to get his thoughts together as he misses the yellow. He's up on it. Chris Wakelin gives him a nod. He had to win the session, and he has done. He's won every frame. He was 5 behind. There's only 1 behind now. Chris Wakelin leads 7-6.
4 frames in a row for Neil Robertson. The comeback is well and truly on. That was fantastic from him.
It's good from him. He's getting a lot of help. There's a really bad miss in this frame. I mean, he missed the red in the corner in the last one, but this pink, well, this is unforgivable. I mean, he's got himself a nice chance. He's in amongst the balls. You cannot miss this. And unfortunately, he's trying to hold the cue ball with a bit of side, flicked it on, got the pink too thick, and next minute he's missed it. So you can't say he hasn't had his chances in the last 2 frames. And Ken was right. I said to you off air that the best thing that's happened to Chris tonight is the interval. He needs to get out.
Do you expect him in here?
He could do. He probably just needs to just sit down and collect his thoughts a bit. And if whoever's with him in the corner, just say, look, you know, you're 7-6 in front. You've got it. Someone to give you this going into the last session. Just forget what's happened before and go and play because you stopped playing.
How easy is it, though, to forget what's happened?
Oh, it's incredibly different. I mean, I'm making it sound like it's easy, but it's not. But, you know, it's the difference between the top players and the very top players. They can blank out what's happened before.
Like Neil Robertson has blanked out yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's come out and he thinks, you know, I can still win this. And so he's got to play every frame as if it's the final frame now and just try and get himself going. He's 7-6 in front. You know, it's a good situation to be in. You just got to forget that and let's go and play the last session like he did the first one.
OK, we'll come back to that shortly. But we're going to take a moment now to hear from Eddie Hearn. He's the chairman of Matchroom Sport. And he spent his bank holiday weekend in Sheffield. He took some time to talk to Abigail Davis about all things snooker, Ronnie O'Sullivan, and the future of the World Championships here in Sheffield.
So, Eddie, the 2025 Snooker World Championship, it feels like there's an added excitement this year.
Yeah, I mean, this place is so special. I've been watching World Championships here from, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 years old. And it's the mecca of the game, really. You know, we saw the Masters last week and we see Wimbledon and all these great venues. This is it. This is the coup de grace for any snooker player. Very exciting tournament, and I think it's going to be the biggest yet.
As someone who knows Ronnie, how pleasing is it to just see him back competing?
I think twofold. You know, firstly, commercially, very important for the game that Ronnie plays the World Championship. I know what the game means to him. I know what this event means to him. And I think it would just be a shame if he wasn't here. So, you know, you've got to make sure that you're in the right frame of mind to compete. Life's about being happy, not just doing what people want you to do. Everybody wants him to be here, but it's got to come from his own accord. And, you know, maybe that game is the one just to light the fire a little bit. And I'll be tuning in to see what Ronnie can do.
All of us are very, very passionate about being here at the Crucible, of course, the home of snooker. How long do you envisage this being the home of snooker?
We get that question a lot. You know, there's a lot of conversations going on right now with Sheffield County Council. The problem, in many respects, is the size. Every player wants to play for as much prize money as possible. We need to drive the prize money of the World Championship up and up and up. And you're quite limited to do that in a small venue. At the same time, you know, you're talking about my dad, who is a cutthroat businessman. He wants to stay here. He sees the Crucible as the home of snooker, as the home of World Championship. You know, and maybe myself would be looking at other opportunities to make the event bigger and to drive more prize money into the tournament. It's not a case of being greedy, it's about a case of thinking on your feet, evolving, providing opportunities for the players, but making sure we keep the prestige of the World Championship. I mean, look, if you won the Masters and it wasn't at Augusta, you know, how would you feel as a player? You know, if you won the World Championships and it was perhaps in a bigger, soulless venue, would it still feel the same? For me, and this is the same in all the sports we work in, I want the players to want to win so badly. I want it to make them realise their childhood dreams. And when they started playing the game of snooker, they wanted to win the World Championship at the Crucible. I think when you come here, it's such a special, iconic venue and moment, you don't really want to take it away.
Well, as far as iconic venues go, the Crucible is well and truly right up there. And I think many fans watching right now would hate to see it leave its place.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, I can remember being a 10-year-old boy in the front room in Ramillies Road in Liverpool where I played with a 6-foot table there, dreaming of playing at the Crucible Theatre. And I'm sure there's plenty of the players here who have done the same thing. And it's where you want to play. It's like footballers want to go and play at Wembley, and golfers want to go and play at Augusta and play in British Opens. And you know, as a young kid, this is what you dream of playing out. This is the home of snooker. This is where the World Championship should be played. I'm not the commercial arm. I'm not interested in numbers. I'm interested in the players want to come and play in the best venue they can. Listen, if they get more prize money, that's great. But you can ask most of the players. I think even if you said, we'll up the prize money, but we'll move it somewhere else, I think the players will still probably vote to come here.
I think you're probably right there, JP. OK, well, whilst we've been watching the action between Neil Robertson and Chris Wakelin, Neil Robertson is on fire in this session. And we were talking before, JP, about the fact we thought Chris Wakelin would come into the practice room.
Yeah, I thought he may have just come in, had a little loosener, not had a lot of table time. I thought he might have just come in at a few balls, but maybe he just wanted to get back and just sit there and think about what's happened. And whatever he's done in that dressing room, he needs to regroup anyway. Just forget about it. He's 7-6 in front, and go and play your best. Go and start playing again, because he stopped playing.
OK, back we go to our commentators.
Yeah, thank you, Seema. Yes, I suppose it is a surprise that Chris never went to the practice table, but everyone to their own. But I agree with JP. He's got to start playing. He's not turned up so far this evening. And of course, he's playing, Ken, a proven winner in Neil Robertson, so game on now.
Yeah, bags of experience, hasn't he? And now we're on the final furlong. Both players. 10, the magic number. There's going to be a few twists and turns. There always is. Can Chris Wakelin find his game again? Played incredible stuff to go 7-2 up. Ooh, that's a nice little nudge. Yeah, and he's just got to believe in himself. He's had a wonderful season. He's been playing really well, getting some big wins along the way. He has to, you know, relive those memories and to give him confidence, belief that he can do it on this stage as well against one of the greatest. And I don't say that too lightly, but he is when he's playing as well as he can do.
Well, taking this red on, it's a tough one because it's almost a full, well, just more than half ball pot. Never caught the jaws. And that was a problem. When it's a thickish pot like that, you're never going to get the cue ball back to the balk end. But it's worrying that he missed it by so far. That was a surprising miss. And I think what JP has said in the studio all night, when Neil started this final session, 7-2 behind, you are freewheeling a little bit because, you know, you think you're second favourite, but now he's closed the gap to just one frame, the pressure can come back on you.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it's always great being the chaser, but not great being chased. But look at that. How do you get out of that one?
Well, if it wasn't tight on the cushion, you'd think the red immediately to the left of the blue. Just knock that onto the one over the pocket, but tight on the cushion, you'd have to be very accurate. Don't see any other shot.
Yeah, it's not possible normally, even if it was you know, an inch, half an inch maybe away from that ball cushion, you could swerve it around the green, but when it's like that, almost glued to that cushion, it's very, very difficult to get the swerve.
Well, he's thinking of playing a thin cut onto that red over the corner. Not much of a target, as Ken said, with it being right in the jaws of the pocket. Much too thin. Where's the cue ball going?
Oh.
It rattled the jaws, but there is a clear path now to this red over the corner. I feel he'd play it cushion first. He'd have more control of the cue ball. He's come to see if he can get on the black. Can he? Well, he's not playing cushion first, he's playing it direct.
One.
Don't think the pink's available, so there's a little bit of pressure on this blue. It's the shot to play into the far right corner. Not much to do with the cue ball. Just smooth cueing required. Good shot.
Will that make him feel better?
6.
Play for black here.
Seven.
I'm not quite sure whether the red above the black will pot. When he pots the black, and that's why he's having a good look at. If not, he's got a nice angle. He can pot the black, come off the top cushion, just nudge the red away from the spot. Doesn't look like he's playing that shot.
Now does the black stay at this end? The brown spot looks to be the only other one available. Just checking. Thinks it does.
14.
I think the black will be available. He's just pointing his cue where he like it. You've got to be high on this. And it begs the question, or maybe we'll have a quick glance at it. Does the red immediately above the black pot into the left corner? We'll probably see when he's playing this one. No, it doesn't.
$15.
So if the red above the black doesn't pot, makes you wonder which red he's going to play for. He can only just get through to this black. I don't know whether he can pot the black and just nudge the red to one side of it. Can he? Well, he nudged it away, but didn't feel as though he could play on that red, so now he's left with this very tricky red along the top cushion. Good luck with this one.
22.
Well, this is very missable. The problem with this red is he can't just drop it in dead weight. He's got to play it with a bit of pace. This would be some shot. No. He's gone about that break just the wrong way for me. Made it very, very difficult for himself. And that was a tough pot. Very, very missable. And the red above the black now does pot.
Yeah. And what you suggested when he potted the black for the first time, try and cannon that red away from the black spot. You know, make room for the black to go. And the red would have been available as well. He's just trying to be a little bit too certain of being on the next red rather than just take a little bit of a risk.
1.
Sometimes with positional play, you've just got to take a little bit of a chance sometimes.
Well, that's what Neil took, a little bit of a risk, and it hasn't worked out.
8.
He's on the red into this left corner, but once again, needs to play it with a lot of pace and very, very missable.
Yeah, I can't see the value in taking this red on. So playing the safety. Going to use the yellow and brown as cover for the red in the middle of the table.
Neil Robertson, 8.
And he has covered the red, which was the most important aspect of the shot. I thought he was just going to run across the red, but it's okay. Judged it well. Well, the black being knocked to the top cushion has put it completely out of commission for the time being. He's not hit this well. Oh, it was though the cue ball swerved round the red. It was looked a certain double kiss.
It did, didn't it? Oh, that was a dangerous shot. I'm not quite sure why Neil chose to play that. More difficult from that side, the left-hand side of the table. He had a big target behind yellow and brown. He could have come down the right-hand side of the table. That was a very dangerous shot to play.
Yeah, I can only assume that he was trying to bring the black into play. I agree with you. It was the wrong side of the table for me.
1.
Obviously, that cue ball was never going to go in the pocket. That was a better shot than it looked.
6.
Yeah, he's just struggling.
Chris Wakelin, 6.
Keep thinking he's going to get an inspiration with a good shot, but he can't string them together. He's had opportunities this evening, but he's not made any decent contributions all evening. Good solid pot from Neil.
1. Yellow ball. Free. Four.
Fact that the brown is off spot. If he plays that blue in and out of balk, just bring it up and down. The spot's almost just right at the brown spot. Perfect. Still gonna need a good shot here.
Nine.
Gonna come around, have a look. Maybe the pink into the left center. Those 4 reds around the pink, not potable, so he's gonna need a little connection on those just to bring some of them into play. Pink after this red, maybe a good choice. So as long as he's not straight on this pink, needs some sort of an angle.
Well, he has a slight angle. The problem is with this shot, where does the pink go when it's respotted? Doesn't matter. He's not developed those reds as he would have liked.
16.
This is tricky. This red along the top cushion. Played it nicely.
17.
Well, if he'd have picked it up with his hand, he couldn't have placed it better on the blue than this.
Oh, that was a wonderful shot and a wonderful result. Perfect angle. Doesn't need to hit this with too much pace. Just missed the pink. Bound to be on a red. You would. Oh, well, let's say that.
Yeah, but you called it. The one thing he had to avoid was kissing the pink.
Yeah.
If he hits the reds, they separate themselves. Hit the pink, it took all the pace out of the cue ball. Now you see it.
Is he on this red into the... No, he wasn't. Just a safety shot. It is a big target, yellow and brown. Try and hide the cue ball behind a decent safety shot, but ultimately very, very disappointed he couldn't win the frame from there.
Well, I'm certain Chris had thoughts then of that red that he played running into the black, bringing the black into play, but it didn't. And there's a pot on here. I'll be disappointed with that. And, even more so the fact he's kissed the blue. So, Chris, it's time to knock a decent pot in. They've been few and far between this evening. Highest break this evening, 22. That will not get the job done.
He's lost his rhythm. He's lost that smooth cueing that he had in that first session. It's gone a little bit ragged at the moment. His opponent is not taking advantage. Well, he's not going to get a better chance than this. Okay, not to win the frame because it's going to be a tall order, particularly with the red tied up on the cushion and one beside the black. But it's a good chance to get a few points on the board, get his arm going. He's only 2 points behind. We were talking yesterday, John, about the Crucible, about the not only the course but the nerves, what it does to certain players over the years that we've seen, that no other venue does or has the same impact. And Chris, at the moment, is feeling that Crucible nerves now.
Yeah, and of course the Crucible is the World Championship, and that brings every ounce of pressure. It's the pinnacle of the sport. When he came out this evening 7-2 in front, he's thinking, well, I'll just play a decent sort of standard and surely that'll get me over the line. But slowly but surely, as you say, he's just lost all his rhythm. And, you know, you think it's easy to say, right, let's start again, let's get ourselves together, but that's easier said than done. You'll be suffering out there.
One.
As we know, Ken, when you suffer out there, it really is suffering.
It certainly is. And Neil would understand that, and he'll try and pile it on even more. The year he won the World Championship, 2010. The last 16, he was 11-5, famously down to Martin Gould. Checked out a hotel with his bags, came to the Crucible, played that final session.
Won
13-12, and went on to win the tournament.
And I thought it was funny when Rob Walker did the intros. He reminded everybody of that as he introduced Neil Robertson. I was looking at Chris Wakelin.
14.
That's the last thing you needed to hear. So that pink puts him 23 points in front. He's still going to need 2 reds and 2 high-value colours to get to Snooker's required. As you can see, the one tight against the right-hand cushion, the one adjacent to the black. It's not easy.
22.
Well, he's got a perfect angle on this pink. Try and hit the middle of the black and the red. Push the red towards this right corner pocket. And that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Quick glance at the score. 30 points in the lead. Red and pink or black will do here. Very good. Pink. To leave his opponent leading the snooker. Might just. It's one of these situations where you just take the points here and maybe play a good safety shot, because he doesn't want to maybe take that red on down the rail. It's a difficult shot. Could leave it in the jaws. Chris Wakelin come back to the table and play for snookers. So just pot the pink and play a good safety shot.
Yeah, absolutely, because the way that brown and blue are, it'd be a good target
35.
for snookers. So you play the shot as though your opponent can still win. And you use that target. And he's played this very well. Is there a gap?
35.
There's always a gap. Not the best shot. As Ken said, Neil's going to be a bit wary here. He doesn't want to leave this red on. He'll want to pot it, obviously, but he doesn't want to leave a chance for his opponent to pot it. And that's not there. So, even though he needs a snooker, Chris Wakelin, this frame, very much alive.
Yeah, that brown, blue, green, yellow, big target. This looks pretty good. Looks a very good line. Excellent shot. And this red is missable off 2 cushions. And he's got to be wary if he plays it with any sort of pace. He doesn't want to leave a free ball. He's looking at where he's going to leave the cue ball. If he does miss it, will he leave a free ball? That's what he's looking at now. So he's going to play it off 1 cushion just before the right centre pocket. But if he plays this with any pace, this is dangerous. He's hit it. Doesn't want to go in off. Oh, how unlucky. He hasn't left a free ball, but he's left a chance.
Yeah, all of a sudden now, Chris Wakelin can win this frame. Can he put this cue ball in the D to leave himself a straight red? Don't think he can. He'd love to. $33 points of difference. He needs pink or black with this red.
Well, what would you do here, John? Would you take the long red on, try and get on pink or black? And then maybe, if you can do, you could still lay a snooker.
Well, I think what would determine my choice is whether I could get a good safety, and I don't think you can, so I'd be playing the pot here. It doesn't look as though Chris is, though. Well, somehow as... Oh, I think he may have got the snooker. Or if he hasn't, he's certainly not left the pot on. No, he could just an edge of this red sticking out, but be careful of veering off if he catches it too thin. So swerving it. This is dangerous.
Might pot it. Might pot it. Wow. Oh, what a shot.
Obviously potting it was a bonus. He couldn't play it direct because he could have gone in off. He had a choice to make there, Chris, and it's always the way sometimes when you're struggling, it always turns out it seems to be the wrong choice. And that black going in now just underlines the fact that the comeback is complete.
8.
7-2 in front he was. It's now going to be all square. 7-all.
Neil Robertson 8 and the frame.
And that's a concession from Chris Wakelin. So the lead has disappeared, needs to regroup, and quickly. 7-all.
What a comeback from Neil Robertson. We said it was on, but he still had work to do. It is now 7 apiece. I don't know if anyone quite predicted this happening.
No, very highly that was unlikely it was going to happen. What I will say is it's not exactly been a blitz. He's not like been sitting there and it's been one visit snooker to get back into it. He's definitely getting a lot of help. His opponent looks all at sea. You know, the balls he's missing is just didn't miss in the first session. We've got an example of 2 of them here. One in the corner, the pot here. Rattles the jaws. It's not really a difficult shot, that, particularly with the cue ball running away down the table. So that was not great. And then this one's worse with the rest. I mean, he's just not even close with this one. So it's very difficult, and we're showing these situations, and we've all been out there where things are not going well. But he's somehow got to regroup. He's just got to. He's got to find something from somewhere. At the moment, he's looking bereft of anything.
Yeah, I mean, his body language speaks volumes. I mean, his face, it's just written on his face. He looks like a rabbit in headlights.
Well, a little bit of that going on. I'd say the scoreline's changed to 7 each as well. But he's just, to be a top player, you've just got to shake these things off. I mean,
and that's the difference between the two, really, because Neil Robertson has the experience, doesn't he?
He does, but there's an opportunity here for Chris to show us something. You know, he's got an opportunity at 7 each to say, right, I'm going to forget about everything that's gone on here. I know, let's just start playing, because I said it before, he hasn't played. He still hasn't played in this session from 7-2. I mean, Robertson was great in the opening frame, but he's had chances in nearly every other frame. Just hasn't scored.
Yeah, and now, I mean, look, Chris Wakelin, he's made it to the latter stages of a number of tournaments, but not so many in his career. He won the 2023 shootout, but then the semis of the English Open, final of the International Championship, the Northern Ireland final. So he's had a bit of experience, but nothing quite compares to this stage, does it?
No, and it is the World Championship, and it is the Crucible, but he's up to 20 in the rankings. He's played in lots, he's taken lots of big names down, lots of big scalps. You know, his game is definitely on the ascendancy, but for whatever reason, you know, certainly in the session tonight, he's just not played.
Well, it's now 7 apiece. It's back to our commentators, Ken Doherty and John Virgo.
Yeah, I agree with everything that JP has said. I think the other thing as well, and I know it might sound a strange thing to say, but there's a little bit of embarrassment comes in, isn't it? I mean, the people have come to watch him, he's not played, and then you sort of get down on yourself that you've not produced. And the only thing I can think of, Ken, that could put that right is if he got in and made a decent break.
Yeah, I totally agree. He's had a few chances. He just hasn't been able to convert them. And he will get chances, there's no doubt about it, before, you know, we get to the winning line in the match. But he has to put some sort of pressure under his opponent. He hasn't done the highest break, 22, and these 5 frames. Well, here we go. Another chance, a good safety he played. He had Neil in a bit of trouble. That's a poor return. Yesterday, when he got chances like this, he made frame winning breaks. But there's another, look, poor shot. Betwixt and between. Playing for pink, overhit it. That's pressure. You lose a bit of feeling in your arm, tension. You start overhitting, underhitting balls. Now, how's the position? Looks a good line, needs to slow up. That's a better shot. Just it's the first few shots, isn't it, of the break, John? You know, the first 4 or 5 shots. Just keep it simple. Keep a good rain on the cue ball. And that builds a little bit of momentum, a bit of confidence.
Seven.
You could see he was playing for the black, but the problem is with the black, when it's respotted, is it going to be available? Anyway, he's got his hand on the table. Plenty of reds to go at. And that was a good shot. He's made plenty of room for the black now. Okay, it only goes into the right corner. So he can't play for the black off this next red. Easy enough red. Can he get round the back of the 2 reds to the left of the black and the black? That's the problem here. One good positional shot, and he could be set fair for a sizable contribution. He's having a look to see if he could play for the black in the right corner, but to play that, he'd have to play with a tremendous amount of right-hand side on the cue ball. It makes even the simplest of pots missable. But he's played it, and he played it perfectly. Good shot. Looked easy, but
15.
An element of difficulty there. So now this is a golden opportunity.
$22. $23.
And the reds are perfect, aren't they, John? Look, there's so many options here. Just gotta
30.
just again try and keep a tight rein on this cue ball. Hold yourself together.
31.
Gets to a point, doesn't it, John, when someone chases you, you've got a big lead, and then they get level, and then all of a sudden, sort of, in a way, the pressure changes a little bit.
Yeah, as you say, it's all right being the hunted, but then all of a sudden,
38.
maybe can relax and start playing. This is a bit better from Chris.
39.
Still, no need to play any cannons. Enough reds available. And as he pots one, he'll release another one. It's just all about holding yourself together. And to hit that. And you find
46.
the main reason, when you get that little bit of tension in the arm, you just don't take the cue back far enough, so you don't get through the ball like you would normally. Not the best time to underhit a positional shot, that.
Yeah, he's going to need a good one. He's going to need a bit of pace in it. He's going to screw back off the red, back for black. Well, 2 for the price of 1. It's a bonus. But once again, he pots this red. It releases the red to the right 55. Of it into the left corner pocket. So everything looks straightforward, but when you're under this severe pressure, anything could go wrong. 56. Black, red, and high value colour would be enough. So he's left himself a difficult one. And he's got to commit.
63.
But this is missable. Yeah, well played. It was a poor safety shot from Neil Robertson to let Chris Wakelin in, but he's handled himself really well in this break.
Yeah, and as we said at the start of the frame, this is just what the doctor ordered. He's just showing this packed Crucible crowd why he's here. If you just came in when he was 7-2 in front, you'd be thinking, well, how was he 7-2 in front? Yeah. And that red going in will keep Neil Robertson in his chair. I think he's just got the angle on this blue to play for the red that's 2 down from the pink. All of a sudden now he's 76. Getting nicely through the ball. I know the frame's over, but those would be good thoughts to take into the rest of the match.
7-7. $84. 85.
Just having a look, if he cannons into the pink, will the red just below the pink run into the black and not be available? He could play for the one on the left-hand side of the table, but he's played for the one below the pink. It was always going to be difficult to develop it and be on it, particularly at that pace.
90.
So he'll need a good shot to keep it going, but a lot better. Well, no double, but it'd be a mighty relief. Chris Wakelin has shown this crowd what he can do, and he's back in front. 8-7.
Wow, this really has been a fascinating encounter so far. I'm sure you at home have enjoyed it as much as we have in the studio. Chris Wakelin loses 5 frames in a row and then wins one to take the lead 8-7. How about that?
In one visit, which is the important thing. The boys were absolutely right in commentary. He needed a break, but he also needed a break where he was close in. You know, the cue ball wasn't travelling very far. There's lots of lovely little stuns and screws, close control, not having to test his cue action too much. You know, and then JV said he's getting through the ball better. You could see it then. They started to get work on the cue ball. He was much more manoeuvrable. It's amazing. The psychology of snooker is fascinating. Robertson's started off flying, got himself back in it. Yes, had a bit of help. But all of a sudden he's 7-7, and now he can win. And he's looking at the scoreboard, and all of a sudden, you know, from a match he's thinking he's out at 7-2. All of a sudden, oh, I've got a chance of winning this. And then the other player's thinking, oh, it's 7. Oh, I've got to start playing now. And Chris has just had that break, so it's fascinating. I mean, this could be a 10-9.
It could, and it could go either way. It's such a hard one to predict with where it's at now.
Absolutely, it is, and that'll do Chris the world of good. I say, you want to know why he was 7-2? He played like that in most of the frames yesterday. That's the way he can play. It's just that tonight had been a bit of a shock, and Ken actually shocked me when he knew that, you know, his highest break before that tonight was 22. I mean, 22 for Chris Wakelin in the 5 frames.
If someone had told you that at the end of last night that would happen today, you would never believe them.
Never believed it in the slightest. So that was a big break for him and should do his confidence the world of good.
Right, really tough one to predict this one into a very important frame indeed.
Yeah, they're all important now, of course, as we're getting closer to the target of 10. Chris Wakelin needs 2, Neil Robertson 3. Bit pacey, that. Much too pacey. I.e. the fact that he had so much pace, it released off the cluster, and this red in the middle of the table may pass the blue to the far left corner. And if it does, you feel that Neil will take it on. Yeah, clearly does.
Well, surely you've got to play for the blue here. He's looking at screwing back for the black, but a simple shot will be playing for the blue, getting topside the blue, leave a nice angle to split the pack, but I'm sort of looking at it with an element of safety. He's got to play for the blue, take this red on. It's in. Oh, but he's not on the blue nicely.
Yeah, but this red does go, the one at the bottom of the cluster. Can he get there? Oh, his cue power. He's got a good line. He's got a good line. And he think he's got there. Great effort. He's on it.
Well, is he?
Well, I'm saying he's on it. He'll have a better view of it than me.
It's close, isn't it? Great shot, and he's got a lovely angle. Just want to screw this in. He's got to stun it. That's it. That's the stun. Now, how's your luck? He's okay. That's a wonderful split. He couldn't screw that back because he could have lost the cue ball towards the top cushion. Stunned it in. Lots of pace.
14.
Perfect.
Fifteen.
It just shows you, though, you don't have to do a lot wrong. Chris decided to come off the side cushion, nestle in the pack, overhit it, just a fraction, and that's, instead of nestling into the pack, he just released, left the long pot on, and now it wouldn't surprise you if he doesn't get another shot this frame. It's a fine line between success and failure.
It is, and the standard is ramped up, isn't it?
20.
Makes for fascinating viewing. This is going to pan out. There's going to be
21.
more tension. Could be a lot more drama as well. Played that very well. forced it in off 2 cushions. Lots of pace.
28.
Get the angle for his next red.
Yeah, I think in an ideal world, he'd have liked to have been on the red just immediately above the black. But he just needs another couple of rolls. He's nicely on the red, just to the left of the pink.
$29.
I think he was just a bit concerned where the pink was going to go when it's respotted, but that black being available into both corners, perfect for scoring heavily.
$35. $36.
That's a poor shot. It wasn't a great angle on the black.
43.
Okay, you can pot this red, but not 100% sure where the cue ball is going. And if he plays with a lot of pace, it's missable. He's got it. Now, where's the cue ball? It's no good. It is no good.
44.
Is he going to be brave enough and take this green off? Wow, what a shot to take on here, John.
Yeah, it was the only ball he can go for.
Green ball.
Big, big shot. It was a big shot.
Foul.
Well, the red going in, I'll tell you what, that could have done him a favour. I'm sure Chris Wakelin would have liked that red to stay over the pocket. That's half a result for Neil Robertson. OK, there's a red to the right corner, but it's missable. Could have expected something easier than this once he missed the green by so far.
Yeah, but he has to look at it like it's a chance that he didn't think he was going to get. So it's almost like a free shot for him. Good shot. Oh, he didn't get the desired kiss on the green. Now left with a difficult shot. It's a shot he has to take on this black. But very missable.
Yeah, and this cue ball's going to, well, he's digging down, makes the pot more difficult. Tough shot. Good shot. Brilliant shot.
8.
One thing he's got to do when he pots this red to the right middle, just avoid kissing another red. If it's thin, well, maybe you should play up and down for the blue, but he's stunning it in. He decided to play a drag. He needs a kiss now on this red. Does the pink go?
9.
Has he got second prize with the pink? I think he has.
Yeah, he had a look at the pink. It clearly goes, and it was a nicely controlled shot. And this could be, well, a huge steal for Chris Wakelin. Lots of work to do. And Neil Robertson, what a chance he had.
15.
Using the spider, but shouldn't be a problem, this. Nothing to do with the cue ball, just drop the red in. Cued it nicely. And both these reds just below the pink are available. Okay, the one immediately below the pink only goes to the right corner, but you settle for that.
$23.
17 points, the difference.
$24.
It's okay. It's not going to be the easiest clearance because the greens at this end, the browns at the other end, that's a problem he's going to have to solve later on, but just concentrate on the job in hand at the moment. Oh, well, would you believe it? Slightly put off by the green being adjacent to the cue ball. That's the only excuse I can offer.
Well, that was a wonderful chance for Chris Wakelin. Sporned it. $16 points the difference, so it's not a straightforward run to the line for Neil Robertson. But he does have a nice angle on this blue. He could try and drop behind this red just near the pink. It's not bad. I would have liked to be in a bit straighter on it.
$7.
Not great. This pink is tough. You're using the rest and the extension. And that red on the left-hand side of the table as we look. Well, it'd be an easy pot if you could get right behind it, but off a difficult pink such as this, that's not guaranteed.
Well, what do you think, John? Pot the pink maybe for the points, or maybe batten down the hatches and put a colour safe. He's got a 23-point lead. He's got no insurance at the moment the way the situation of the table is. Yeah, if Chris Wakelin did get a chance, like.
Yeah, it's decision time, isn't it? Neil now looking at the possibility of just playing a safety shot, but I don't see how he plays a safety shot and gets a ball safe here.
Blue ball.
Yeah, well, I was going to say the blue. Just chip the blue maybe to the side cushion. Cue ball down behind the yellow. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
Robertson 7.
Crafty Ken called it right. The age-old problem. It's not hitting it. Can you get it safe? It's just a hit and hope, this, really. Well, he couldn't hope for much better than that. He's not left a pot on. Yeah, clever shot. Easy to hit. But can you get it safe? Not too keen on this one. It depends how much of this red he can hit. I suppose he could hit it half ball, then he can send it to the baulk cushion. Yeah, I saw this happen the other night, you know. I don't ever remember people having a problem with this.
I know it's a new set, a new perimeter, but...
Karen Wilson did it the other night.
Yeah.
It's maybe just that ledge that's sticking out. I mean, if it is interfering with his cueing, that's wrong.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot.
It's unbelievable. Looked to be in all kinds of trouble. And that little flick on the pink. He wouldn't have gone in off. Well, he could have gone in off the pink. But he's got a snooker from nowhere. And of course, this is where this misview can be so costly. No hesitation, Chris Wakelin asking him to play again. And these are valuable points in the grand scheme of things.
Okay, Chris. Thank you.
Good shot.
Well, the red is potable. Oh, boy, what a tough shot. I think he's got to take it on, though. He's got to play it and try and leave the cue ball exactly where the red is. Maybe screw it back a little bit, but if he misses it, red could go anywhere, but there's always the possibility if it comes up towards his top end of the table, towards the, he could leave a snooker. So he's got to play this. Yeah, he's got to go for it. You take a chance on where the red is going to finish, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, and he couldn't have played it any better than that. He didn't thrash at it, give it every chance to go in. It's only a fraction out, but as you say, I think it's safe. I don't think it cuts in. Now, is there a gap between yellow and brown? Certainly hoping there is. I would suggest there is, the fact he's looking where he wants to send the red.
I wonder, is the double on? Can't tell from our position here, but played a double with an element of safety. No. Played for the snooker and trying to get that cue ball behind the black, but it's okay. He made sure that the red was safe. That's exactly what you want.
Of course, a few shots ago, Robertson decides to put the blue safe. So So that takes a little bit of pressure off him. And getting the snooker behind the green will take a lot more. Got to hit it, got to get it safe.
Well, that's the possibility. One, possibly two cushions. Try and, if you can, hit the red from the back, hitting the ball cushion first and knocking the red up the table. Certainly not easy though, but there's an element of luck with this, isn't there, John? Is trying to keep it safe.
Well, he pointed his cue where he'd like to hit. This has got to be so precise.
I think he's got away with it. It's okay. Yellow's come to his rescue. He'll settle for that.
Puff for the cheeks. You could feel him urging that red to run towards the yellow. Just a little less pressure on Neil in this tactical battle because of that blue. You'd feel, or he'll feel, that if he does leave Chris a chance of this red, the blue could be his saviour. Well, I'm not certain what he had in mind, but he'll be pleased with the outcome.
Yeah, I should say so. He's got a full ball snooker. He has knocked the black into a more potable position, which will favour Chris Wakelin if he does get a chance. And there is a possibility if he comes off this ball cushion, catches this red, sort of three-quarter ball, he could knock it past the black. He might even lay a snooker back here if he catches this right. It's priority, keeping the red safe. Yeah, knocked it past the black, and he's got the snooker. Well played.
Yeah, appreciated by Neil Robertson. So even in the heat of battle, nice little bit of sportsmanship there. Good shot, Chris. Well, the fact he's left Neil hampered by the blue is no bad thing as far as Chris Wakelin's concerned.
He may double this red across the table. Try and leave it around the black spot. Cue ball back into bulk. Didn't get the right connection on the red, and he's left it, but certainly far from easy. He's taking it on. Long way away. Is he going to get lucky again? It's not bad. It's cuttable.
Yeah, it's cuttable, and I think it's worth a shot at it. As I say, particularly with that blue being a little bit of an insurance for Neil. I see no reason why not to take this on, but he might not fancy it. His choice. But he did fancy it, he knocked it in. It's a nice kiss on the yellow. Oh, and he's finished on the black. Now then, let's have a look at the old scoreboard. 20 points the lead. The black will put him 27 points in front with 27 remaining. So, I don't know, maybe better playing the brown and then the yellow, and that'll put him 26 points in front with 25 remaining. Well, he's deciding on the black. It's more of an acute angle than it looks, but made light of it. So now just this yellow, and it'll be Snooker's required, and we'll be all square once again.
Only 1 4-point snooker is required, so he'd like to knock this green in. Yeah, no problem. So it was a frame that lasted almost 30 minutes. But a very important frame for Neil Robertson. Chris Wakelin had a chance.
17.
Missed the black earlier on, it cost him.
Neil Robertson, 17.
And Chris Wakelin will stay in his chair. We are level once again. It's 8-all. It's now a best of 3 for a place in the next round. Fascinating stuff.
It is indeed fascinating stuff, Ken, isn't it? My goodness, JP. He was trailing 7-2 at one point, and now Neil Robertson is level once again 8-all. You couldn't write this stuff, could you?
And to be honest with you, the both of them looked like they sort of... Chris stepped up in the last frame. Neil looked pretty good in that, and then 1 or 2 misses and mistakes, and a frame at the end that could have gone either way, and some great tactical stuff. It was 28 minutes, but it was a really good frame. Listen, you're getting to the point now where it becomes a toss of a coin, and the chances that come up, can you just make the best of them? Simple as.
It feels like it has final frame decider written all over it.
It's looked like that for a while, but you never know. I mean, there's only been one so far, hasn't it, with Karen Wilson's match, but it is looking a little bit like that. But listen, who knows? We saw it in the last frame, the frame before that one, that Chris just got a chance with the balls all nice and close and did well.
He needed that, and it felt like momentum was with him.
Yeah, and then Neil's come right back again. But this is a huge frame because basically if you win this one, you get 2 bites of the cherry to get over the line. You'll have 2 frames to have a dabble at it. So of all the frames that have been played, I would suggest this is very big.
I've always wondered, JP, when you're sat in the chair and you're that close to your opponent, doesn't it feel even more tense? Yeah,
I think it can pervade from one player to the other, and listen, they understand the situation. This is what you play snooker for these situations, to play in the pressure, to see if you can handle it and you can come through and be proud of yourself. So we'll soon find out.
Well, it has been such an enjoyable match. It's 8 apiece. It's back to our commentators.
Yeah, as Ken so rightly said, we started off yesterday in this match, best of 19. It's now boiled down to the best of 3. And, well, I suppose we all thought when Neil got back to parity, in those first 5 frames this evening, well, the writing was on the wall for the Australian, but I don't know, as you said, there'll be a few twists and turns.
There always are. You know, we saw it last night. Incredible match with the defending champion. Came back from 9-6 down, was 6-2 up, lost 7 in a row, levelled at 9-all, and like Paifan in the end, the debutant got over the line, created the shock of the tournament so far.
Good choice of shot there from Chris Wakelin. Deciding to play the red that was just to the left of the black, making the black available into both corners, so he's thinking positively.
He could have played that better, John. He may have left a possible double here. It's a free shot. Didn't get that cue ball tight enough to the reds as he would have liked.
Is the double on?
He's going for it. No. That's the thing about the doubles here, isn't it, John? Like a crowd in the front row, second row, they can see the line of the red going towards that middle. They know it's in before the player even does.
Yeah, when they stay quiet, you know it's not in. You know it's not in. This will take a few moments to resolve, but I don't think there's any chance of a re-rack here.
There's a double on again. Into the opposite middle pocket. Is that a plant he's having a look at? But if not, this red, the extreme red on the right hand side, that's not a plant, but the extreme red on the right hand side of that pack, we could play a double on that. Maybe a possible plant that he can manufacture.
Yeah, and he's either looking at the possibility of the plant or the fact if he plays a double he doesn't leave the plant. We'll soon know. I think he thinks this is a plant to the left middle. It's hard to tell, but the fact he's given it so much attention, it must be close.
Great shot. Well, what's the angle like on this black? He's well over 6 foot now, Robertson. He might be able to stretch for this, being a left-hander. It's on his right-hand side. But it is a bit of a stretch. It's dangerous. Nicely converted. Nice angle on the red. He can go up for the blue and concentrate on the reds up there. Just gonna miss the pink here. Oh, he's digging down on the cue ball. That's a bad miss.
Well, he potted the black. Well, anything's missable now when you get to these situations. Crucible, Threatre, the World Championship. So, Chris, you've been gifted a lifeline here. What can you make of it?
One.
Well, I don't know whether he purposely played to the low on this red. It's not a problem, he can pot it. Well, surely he's got to nudge into the other reds. Well, it looks like he's going to screw directly up for pink or blue here.
9.
I suppose that's reasonable. Chance to, if not win the frame at this visit, build up a very useful lead. That's what the concentration will be on. Now, where does this pink go? Bottom of the cluster would be perfect. Yeah, that's not going to interfere with anything.
Thank you. 50.
In actual fact, the pink is available at some time.
16.
Don't think, well, unless the red at the top of that cluster goes to the right corner, I don't think he wanted to be that far on the blue. I know he's got 3 reds in the balk end. As I say, at the moment, it would just be concentrating on
19.
not doing anything, not running out of position, don't miss any easy pots. But sooner, next couple of shots, he's got to think about going into that cluster. Now, I did mention that the pink is available. If he could play it sometime to get on the pink and pot the pink and then open the reds that way. But you need good cue ball control. That's the order of the day.
20.
Well, is that red available? It's
25.
very tight. Looks just about potable, but you've got to be right behind it. So
26.
he's got a nice angle on the green here. He can play for the loose red, but he could play into the pack. I think he's just going to play for the loose red. The ideal scenario. It's not actually going into the pack off the blue here because it
29.
could go wrong. The split. That red that's
30.
on the pink spot, it could hit the red to the left. It's not guaranteed to split the other reds perfectly. Could go wrong.
He's eyed up the line that he wants to take, so this could be the key to the frame. Hit it nicely. How's your luck? How's your luck? It's not bad.
35.
It's not great, but it's not bad. The left hand of the 2 reds definitely pots. I don't think the one closest to the cushion does. So it's just basically going into what we call a slightly blind pocket. You can see the cue ball, you can see the object ball, but the pocket is not in your eye line. So you've got to pick out the spot and commit. And if he knocks this in and gets on pink or black, it could be a frame winner.
Nicely played, nice control. And Robertson had a wonderful chance, missed it. Well, comparatively easy red for him at the beginning of this frame. Well, he could have played that a little bit better. He's sort of stretching over the blue here.
I don't know whether he's not happy using the rest. That's his rest success. He's had, well, 11 out of 13. That's not bad. You don't want to be overstretching and not get your body in line with the shot. Just short, so he can't get close to the next red. It'll be the one into the left corner. So he'll just look at which is the best angle to lead. Does he want to stun, just slightly come back, or run through? Does he prefer it from there? I think that's the one I'd like to leave this red as straight as possible so you can pot it and just stun off the side cushion for the black in the opposite corner. That's his choice. And if you get the correct potting angle, if you pot the red, then the natural path of the cue ball is to leave him on the black. Played it nicely. I was going to say black or possibly pink, because those three reds are all just covering one another. Don't know if he can get on one of them without disturbing them slightly. He's looking to see if there's a, well, there would be a gap between the two reds and the pink. But boy, this will have to be very, very precise.
No, it's no good. It was a difficult shot, wasn't it, to play into a very small window.
56.
Didn't have a great angle on that black, but and the break. Oh, I tell you, if he attempts to double here, that would be very risky. He'd be definitely leaving a red to the left centre pocket.
Yeah, but the way the cue ball's finished, there's no, doesn't appear to be a path back to the balk end, so he can't put distance between cue ball and object ball. He's got a 48-point lead, which is a good one, but there's still 67 remaining.
He's got two reds that are pretty safe, particularly on the right-hand side of the cushion. It's not ideal for a left-hander like Neil Robertson. He's going for the double. Has he got it? Oh, it was close. He tried to put the black safe as well. So it was a good break, but not enough to secure the frame. Yeah, Robertson try and bring one of these safe reds out into the open. Try and get that cue ball back behind the black here. Oh, this looks good. Yeah, lovely shot. Covered 4 reds. Sort of forcing Chris Wakelin maybe to take the... Well, he might be on one of these reds below the pink. Well, what does he do? How does he get it safe? The ideal red would be to play the one that's near the balk line on the left-hand side of the table, but that is a little bit risky.
Gallant attempt. Don't think he's quite got the snooker. And I think playing it like that, he was hoping that the pink, the blue, would go safe. The blue's gone reasonably safe. Well, he's just about covered this red. I mean, easy hit, but how do you get it safe? He can get through to the side cushion, but he can't get through to the red directly.
And that was a wonderful safety shot, the way it's worked out for Chris Wakelin. Get that cue ball back there in that position.
Well, this is asking a lot. This is asking too much.
Foul. And
no
miss
way.
Chris Wakelin 4.
But he wasn't going to leave this red should he miss it. So 52 points to lead. This red and the natural angle in potting it will take him down to the black. His opponent will need snookers. I mean, I know the easy thing is to say, put it back. Told you it was easy. But what happens this time if he gets it right?
Chris?
The shot he was playing there, Neil, I'm not certain about it. Mainly because I think that left middle pocket might just be in the way of what he's trying to do. Oh, he's trying to do it off one cushion now and he's misjudged it.
Foul. And miss Chris Wakelin 5.
Well, this time there'll be no hesitation putting it back.
Rob, can we check the blue, please? Thank you. Foul. And miss Chris Wakelin 5.
Getting nowhere near hitting or getting out of this snooker at the moment. I assume he's playing the red near the blue. He's going to hit it this time. Oh, he's not.
Foul. And Miss Chris Wakelin 4.
This misrule is just a harsh rule to me. You know, we know that Neil Robertson's trying to hit this red desperately. Of course, he's got to hit it this time, otherwise he'll need a snooker. I never thought that the misrule was for these situations, to be honest with you. But the players accept it nowadays.
Looks better. Yeah, well played.
Yeah, so 66 points the difference now, 67 remaining. Now, Chris Wakelin, when Neil Robertson first missed the red, had a chance to put that red in the middle, get on the black and leave it in need of snooker. Now he needs to knock this in. It's frame ball. So this frame, although he'd make Chris Wakelin a big favourite, but well, he's had a chance and he didn't take it. What a pot from Neil Robertson. Needs a bounce.
Oh, what a shot. He needs a black, 4 reds and blacks to win by 1 point. Wow. And that's the first one. Now, what sort of an angle has he got? Well, it's not great. He's a bit short on the red into the right centre. He's a little bit short on this red into the right corner.
Yeah, and of course, if he can't get on the black, then he can't go for the pot. It's as simple as that.
Unless he plays for the pink, John, and maybe plays for the draw.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Good pot, but he's left himself.
No.
Well, very difficult black here.
Well, it certainly is, but he knew that this was all he would have. If he misses it, he's lost the frame. Great shot. He's knocking the red away from the cushion. What a shot. And in a funny way,
17.
He's got the perfect angle on the black. I don't think he'll be playing the cannon on the red near the blue this time. The reason I say that, if he pots this black, gets nicely on the red, gets the other black, then he can get control of this safety exchange. Playing the cannon on that red near the blue is very risky. Well, he has played it.
Oh, what a shot.
He has played it. Well, he's taken the risk, and it's worked out for him. This would be one of the greatest clearances ever.
It's not ideal. It's not a great angle on the black. He may have to leave the red from distance. But he's such a wonderful long putter. He won't bother about that, but he would have loved to have got close to that red. So red into the green off maybe 3 cushions back for the black.
Where's this red ball going? Where's the red ball going?
Robertson,
It was
32.
going in a bit harder, but Neil Robertson there, he just seemed to come to the table and he was determined to make things happen, and he nearly did it. That was just one shot too far, and all is needed now for Chris Wakelin is this red. And he's going to be one frame away from victory. That would have been some clearance, but it was all on a knife edge.
Eight.
Well, there'll be no way back to the table now for Neil Robertson. He started
10.
this evening 7-2 behind, got back to 7-all. Chris Wakelin now is just one frame away from his first ever victory at the Crucible Theatre. He's never got past the first round before. Neil, well, we'll be preparing for the next frame now. Doesn't matter about the blue. Neil will stay in his seat. And Chris Wakelin has just steadied the ship slightly, you feel. And Neil Robertson, once again, having to respond. He trails 9-8.
He does need to respond, and as he refuels, let's take a moment to talk about this. The plot chickens on this Easter Sunday.
No.
It was
Please.
good. It was good. Come on.
No, it wasn't. I have to say that I said it just as JV came out with it. It was scary. I said this will be one of the all-time greatest clearances you've ever seen if he clears up from here. And obviously he had to force the last red to try and get it round, but it was some attempt. I mean, some of the pots he made there, Neil. But I have to say that in 2 of the last 3 frames from 7-all, Chris Wakelin's been very good. Very good. He made a decent break in the start of that frame as well, and did enough to get over the line in the end, but he just seems to have recovered a bit more. So he's doing OK.
And he had to deal with some really high pressurised moments as well, which he dealt with very well.
Yeah, and you'd expect that at this stage. As I say, it's the World Championship, and it's a big prize just to get through into the second round and to stay in the tournament. Nobody wants to go out the first round here. But let's say 2 of the last 3 frames he's played like we know he can do.
Still, can't call it. It's a very tough one to call.
I think it's going 10-9. I've thought it for a while, to be honest with you. It's, I'm expecting
it would be
Neil...
a fitting ending to it, to be honest.
Good players, when their backs are to the wall, find something. They generally do. All the top ones do, and Neil is certainly one of those. And if a chance presents itself, I don't think he'll balk at the idea of it. So it's... I've got a feeling it's going to go to a final frame decider.
It's incredible how we've seen so many matches where they're so one-sided to begin with, and then it flows the other way.
Yeah.
I've seen that a couple of times in the tournament.
People often say that to me in the street when I talk to me. Say, "Oh, that snooker match last night, he won 5 frames on the spin, and then he won 6 frames." It's whoever's got the cue ball, Seema. It's not like golf when you've got a ball and you can make a birdie, and he's got his and he can make a birdie. There's one cue ball, and if someone plays really well and he has that cue ball, you just sit in the chair and watch. And that's why at the level when one player gets a spurt on and gets the cue ball for 3 or 4 frames, you don't get much table time.
Well, Chris Wakelin is back, and it is time to head in to frame 18.
Thank you.
Back to a couple of great yokes in the commentary box.
Neil Robertson to break. Thank you.
Too much bunny for me.
Yeah. You'll be spitting feathers in a minute, John. OK. Not a great break off from Neil Robertson. Chance. Shot to nothing for Chris Wakelin. Yeah. You must get that cue ball tight on the ball cushion these days.
One.
You leave a red out. Generally, these players knock them in. So, first chance to Chris Wakelin. Good thing about the situation at the table, there's a red left or right of the pack here, so anywhere past the blue on either side, he'd be okay. Black available into both pockets also. Got to get it past the line of the blue. Needs to travel, needs to travel. Just about.
4.
But it's not a great angle, is it?
No, not perfect by any means. Straight on the red. Run through nicely for the black, but as you say, not the best angle. Going to play the pot, but you don't have to judge how it runs through the second red.
Five.
I think the black still goes. Well. Half a pocket. Suppose you could play it dead weight, Ken, and if it didn't go in, it'd stop the red closest to the pocket. Right.
It's
a
one of
brave
the
shot to take on.
It is, yeah, and it's one of these. If you're in your local club, you'd hit it to that right-hand jaw, wouldn't you, and hope for the pull. Well, they don't do that on these tables, so it's pink into the right centre. Difficult shot, this.
Oh, terrific pot. And he's got one to the right corner.
11.
Well, that was really well
12.
played. Here's your chance. Build up a real useful lead, and we look at Neil Robertson in the background, sat in his seat, wondering as his comeback, his great battling qualities this evening, all been in vain. I assume this red that's just released from the main bunch does go to the right corner, but we know the black doesn't. So in playing this, he'll have to go up for the blue.
19.
He didn't fancy the black to the right corner previously. Don't see how things have changed. Have to force it up for the blue. Got to be accurate with the pot.
Well, it's not going to
20.
reach top side, but there's enough angle to go in and out of bulk. Just missed the brown, missed the yellow, and come down that left-hand side of the table.
Didn't really get into that enough. Okay, he's still on the red, but
25.
he should have been further away from the side cushion. It's a tougher pot now than it should have been.
$26.
Now, I'm not certain whether this red just above the black pots. If it doesn't, I'm not certain what he can play on. He's looking desperately to see if there's a plant, and well, that red above the black doesn't go. Is there a plant?
Well, there's two reds in a line, but if they're touching, that means they wouldn't be able to make it because they would throw it offline. The red above the black doesn't pot. But you see the two reds, they are in a line. The red to the right of them is maybe in the way. That would be very risky to play on that. The only red I think you can play on here, John, is the one that's close to the right corner pocket.
I don't think it was the intention to go into those. I can't believe it was. And if it was, you play it with more pace than that. Now,
20.
it begs the question, is he on anything? Can he see enough of this red? It looks like it goes. Can he get to it and not hit the pink? He thinks he can. And it goes, not great position on the colour.
29.
With that cue ball being close to the cushion, this doesn't make the blue any easier, and he can't play it plain ball because you feel for certain he'd run into the yellow and that would ruin his position completely, so... Well, he's not digging in. Can he avoid the yellow? He did. He played it with pace to widen the angle. He's done pretty well there.
34.
Every credit.
Yeah, that was a wonderful shot. He's on a couple of reds here. This red into the right corner as he just misses that yellow. Lots of top spin. The red is just below the pink spot is available, but this red is cuttable as well. He's struggling with the cue ball. He's still not perfect, but he keeps potting them.
Yeah, applause from the other side of the table. I think that's why he's got up. He's asking the referee to clean the cue ball, but I think he knows that there's going to be noise from the other side. I think that match has come to a finish. And I think Chris was aware of that. And the last thing you want to be doing is playing one of the most important shots of your career with noise going on. So did the right thing. There's a red at the top of the cluster, goes to the left corner, opposite one to the blue. Blue's right in the heart of the pocket. What a chance, 40 points the lead. Still needs, well, you'd say 4 of these remaining reds. Oh, where's that cue ball going? Where's the cue ball going?
Well, would you believe it? More drama, more tension, more heartache.
Yeah, and it just shows you, he must have known that was on. Do you think he just overscrewed it? Because he couldn't get the right side of the blue anyway, comfortably. I think he just overscrewed that.
And I think he's left a plant, John. What's worse, these 2 balls are in line into this bottom right corner pocket. He can make this as a plant, so a straightforward shot for Neil Robertson. It's a double whammy for Chris Wakelin. It's in. The cue ball is nice. So many twists and turns already in this championship. Matches. Are we going to see another here? This looks good. He'd like to get on the black here when he puts this red and then try and separate the black and red. The black is available into the left corner, not into the right.
Yeah, just pointing his cue there. He'd like to be low on the black, and as Ken said, in potting the black, just nudge the red that's above it out of the way. Oh, has he hit it hard enough?
5.
That was a weak shot, has to be said. We know the black does go on its spot because nothing's moved in that area. So Neil can look to me all he likes. I can't believe this black doesn't go back on its spot. Have you seen it move any time?
No. It was a nervy one as well, wasn't it? He needed to push that cue ball through another couple of inches. He could play for the red that's closest to the right corner.
Well, I think that's his only option now, isn't it? Make the black available into both corners and have another chance at pushing that red away from the black.
Yeah. Possibly he could play for the red just below the pink spot, deep screw. Try and play for that red into the right corner pocket.
But the thing is with all these situations, and this is the other thing with pressure, it's trying to think clear, keeping a clear mind. Well, he's held the black spot, has he?
Yeah, I don't think the black will have to go on the pink spot, which is not a bad thing.
No, that's a
12.
good idea. Oh, it needed due care and attention, that red though. And will that be Neil Robertson's last shot in this year's World Championship?
Thank you.
It was a positional shot on the black. The shot before that caused that problem.
1.
He will fear the worst, I'm sure.
Yeah, 25 points behind. Oh, this will be interesting if this black goes. This red may not be potable. I think he's made a mistake here. If this black goes on the spot, this red is not potable. He's made a mistake. He's made a big mistake. What a mistake to make here. That is unbelievable.
Right. As I said, in these pressure situations, keeping a clear mind, and we were saying when Neil played for the black, that's why he held the spot. Nothing had changed.
What is this red pot? There's a pot up past the blue into the yellow pocket. Does he have to... Well, there's that pot. Is he going to play it into the middle?
Yeah, middle's the shot. It doesn't pass the blue, so left middle it is.
Oh!
But it's not there. Well, what a reprieve for Neil Robertson.
Chris Wakelin, 8.
He's got away with it, John.
Well, I'd look at the other way. I think I'd be getting away with it, that I'm still in the tournament.
Very true. Neil Robertson, well, he's like a greyhound out of traps out of his seat there. He couldn't believe it. So the drama continues. Needs to avoid the green. Needs to avoid the green when he hasn't, and he's left a shot. Chris Wakelin, poor shot from Neil Robertson. A lot of tension out there.
Has he got the cover? Has he got the cover? He has. The brown has come to his rescue. He'll have to play the swerve. There's no other shot to play. He can't leave it there.
I think he can make the swerve. Okay, the red is not in the middle of the pocket, but the swerve at that distance, it's not too bad, is it? But, of course, the pressure, anything is missable.
First time we've seen Chris Wakelin smile all night. Now, he's had a look at this red just above the black. Is he thinking of playing a cannon from that red above the black to the one over the pocket? That's what he's going for. He's playing a cannon. Got the cannon! Oh, went it off! But that's not all bad. That is not all bad. He got the red away from the pocket. Could have been a lot worse.
It was a great shot, wasn't it? I mean, it was an amazing shot. You called it, John. Very unlucky to pot the cue ball as well now. This red does pot. It's certainly far from easy, but he could play it in such a way the cue ball would be going back up towards that black, pink and green where he can get cover. So.
No, I don't think he's playing the pot. He's playing the safety. He's trying to get in behind the black. Swinging it round off. 1, 2, 3 cushions. It's a great line. It's a great line. Not got the snooker. but in trouble. There you go, that's the magnificent Crucible Threatre. Play on the other side is finished. If this did go to a decider, that wall would be lifted up. And there'll be a lot of people on the other side hoping it does go to a decider.
A lot of people have stayed over there as well. Now, what do you do here?
Try not to leave a pot on. That's all you can do. How you do it? Well, it'd be a lot easier to work out if you're right behind the shot.
No, he's played it well.
Good shot. The table there, didn't he? Yeah. Didn't let him down. You know,
he trusted it. Yeah. Good shot. Still, big target once again up behind that black. Oh, this is not good. Might go in off here.
Where's the cue ball going?
Robertson 4.
Neil, without any hesitation, and this is the old rule, before the miss rule, if a player makes a foul, you can ask him to play the next shot. In other words, put him in again. And he's missed it, and he's hit the black, and these are valuable points that Chris is giving away here, and he's left a free ball. Definitely a free ball.
Wow.
Yes.
It's a free ball, for sure. And that makes a big difference.
Massive. Now, I mean, just on the face of it, I look at it, pot the brown, that will count as a red, just to explain the free ball rule. You pot any colour, it will count as 1 point, and then the colour to follow. Now, if you can pot the brown in the middle, you'd be on the black, pot the black, come down for these 3 reds. Couldn't be better situated, but it's a tough brown to the middle. But it's a chance that's come from nowhere.
Brown ball.
Doesn't want to hold the brown spot here because the brown will go on the black spot. That wouldn't be any good for him. As he held the brown, he might want to hold the brown now.
I'm just thinking, yeah, I'd rather be holding the brown spot than be hampered by the brown.
Big decision here for the referee. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow. That is a big decision. She's trying to get it on the spot. Makes a huge difference.
Now, how much of the cue ball can he get to without having to... Well, he feels that if he's striking down, he won't be able to impart the backspin that is required. The problem is, you see, with this shot, he's having to play it with left-hand side. So that left-hand side will check it, and it'll be difficult to get the pace to come down on the reds. But give the black due care and attention, because putting left-hand side, the cue ball will throw. I mean, you could think, well, snooker behind the brown, but, you know,
It's no advantage, is it, really?
No,
because
be an easy hit, wouldn't it?
It's an easy hit. It's such a big target. Such a big target, those 3 reds. So, what a decision. The referee, the right decision, a very brave one as well.
He's having to bite the bullet and just nestle up behind the brown.
Robertson 1.
Sometimes the balls dictate what shot you play, and that was a perfect example. As we say, it's a big target. That's not to say that he couldn't overhit it and leave a red on. 24 points the difference. Still a possible 51 remaining. Yeah, I like your way, Ken, because that takes the possibility of hitting the blue out of the equation. It's a good line.
Yeah, good shot.
It's a good line. Is it a good length? It's perfect. Good shot. Not that much too thick. Been a bit fortunate, in all honesty, to leave Neil hampered by the black. That was not the way he intended to play it. I don't think it's too much of a problem. The red closest to the right middle. Play a cross double on that. He's just got to make certain he hits it correctly. It needs to bounce into the middle. Oh, well, that kiss on the blue has helped slightly. But this red is potable. It's a half chance. At the stage of a match, you settle for that.
He's got to try and avoid both reds. Red on top cushion and that red on the right-hand side. He has done. And if he gets a nice kiss on the yellow, he'll be perfect on the black. What a shot.
Still needs this black. And one
Black
more red
ball.
in the colour to get to Snooker's required. This is a lovely line. Doesn't want to be straight on this red. And he is. You know this game will never come easy. As I say, he pots this red, he goes 33 points in front, but there's still 35 remaining.
No. No. Oh, has he got away with it again?
He's got away with it.
You're joking me. Oh my goodness, what more can happen in this frame? How many more twists and turns? Why play the red so pacey, John? Why not just drop it in dead weight?
Yeah. Does Neil think he can cut this in? Doesn't look like it to me. The other problem he's got, if he plays the cut, this cue ball will be coming back off this top cushion, right back at the Q-tip. Can he cut it in? I didn't think he could. I didn't think he could. And that surely will now be his last shot in this year's Halo World Championship.
Thank you.
The only thing I would say, Ken, he has been put through the ringer tonight as Chris Wakelin.
Yeah, and he just got a little bit of luck when he needed it.
Yeah.
And that happens. Sometimes you need that little bit of luck just to get over the line.
Yeah, for all the skill there is in snooker, that run of the ball, it does help. And that's it. And Neil Robertson, well, how hard he's fought. He got right back, got back to level. And he's saying that's fine, mate. And he doesn't have to bother. Such a good sportsman is Neil. He'll be disappointed, particularly in the first session, which, when he trailed 7-2, left himself a mountain to climb. He climbed the mountain a couple of times, but he just couldn't get to the peak. He'll be back. He's too good a player not to be. But congratulations to Chris Wakelin. At times this evening, he never got going. But when it come to the end of it, he just dug in. All right, a little bit of run of the ball, but every credit. And for the first time, he's into the second round of the World Snooker Championship. He beats Neil Robertson by 10 frames to 8.
My thanks to John Virgo and to Ken Doherty. My goodness me, you think you've seen it all, and then you see a frame like that. What a victory for Chris Wakelin in the end. Can you sum that up in any way?
I'm worn out watching it. I mean, honestly, the reaction from the crowd as well, some of the in-offs and the run of the balls, some of the shots, Neil Robertson's shot off the black that he's potted the red and gone in off is absolutely incredible, some of the shots that were played. I was wrong again. I thought we'd be going to a 9-all final frame decider. But I have to say, from 7-7 till getting over the line, Chris Wakelin was the better player.
Yeah, he was in the end, wasn't he? But he withstood that pressure really, really well. And at one point, we could see he was shaking. He was really under it.
Yeah, you could. There was a little piece we looked at him there, and he snookered himself, didn't he? He didn't realise when he potted the black, it was going to cover the red, and then all of a sudden he realised, and we could see his hands shaking while it was going. But he had absolutely a bit of everything to match, to be perfectly honest with you. But he can be very proud of himself because from 7-7, he looked like he was absolutely gone. And he hadn't played any snooker, not scored any points. Highest break for the year first was 22.
My goodness me.
So to recover and to get over the line when all that had happened, it was a feather in his cap.
He'd won 4 frames in a row in the opening session. He then lost 5 in a row in this second session. It was just a tale of two halves at one point. It was unbelievable the way that it all unfolded.
Yeah, and Neil will be disappointed that he's got so close there and came back to get on level pegging, and then didn't quite keep up the same standard for the last few frames. It happens lots of times, as I say. It's the psychology of snooker. Somebody's that far behind, they freewheel, their arm loosens up, they try and get themselves back in it. But when it starts getting near the final furlong, the pressure reverts back onto them, and it's anybody's game. And as I say, going back, Chris did very well there for the last 3 frames.
He did, and he's never made it past the first round here at the Crucible. And what a way to do it. And here he joins us now.
Never in doubt. Never in doubt.
My goodness me.
Here we go again. Well done. Well done.
Congratulations, Chris. My goodness me. We are absolutely exhausted after that. How are you feeling?
Well, I just had shades of 7 years ago going through my head when he won those first 5 frames, obviously losing 10-9 to Judd. I must have had 5 or 6 chances in that last frame. I just fell over the line at the end.
The thing is, but you can, from 7-7, you found your game. You hadn't really played this evening. Your highest break was 22 in 5 frames. And then from 7 each to actually win that match, that's a feather in your cap.
No, I've changed a lot over the last 7 years. My mindset is so much stronger now, and I just say to myself, regardless of what's happening and what's going wrong, even from such a big lead, I'm just ready for my next chance. I mean, it kind of fell to pieces in the last frame, but as long as I'm psychologically ready, that's the best I can do for myself, given the fact that I was so far in front and he closed up.
Yeah.
Talk us through what it was like going into the second session today, because you had such a healthy lead, but it just didn't go your way from the start. Did you feel different going into it, or did you feel quite nervous?
No, I started with a century yesterday, which kind of set the tone, and Neil did the same today, and he got on a roll from there. So Look, you're playing against one of the best players of all time. You know, a 7-2 lead is no guarantee at all. And I said to my friends that were here with me today, I said, look, I could lose the first 4 frames without doing a great deal wrong, and that's pretty much what happened.
I mean, the hardest thing about playing there, which people can't really appreciate, is the ability to think clearly when it's at the most pressure, isn't it?
Well, I thought I'd, you know, managed to find a chance to get over the line in the end, and I potted the black, and it's gone on the black's part. I thought, oh my God! And the next 3 shots, I went in off, and then I left him a free ball.
You should have seen the reaction of the crowd, by the way. People had their heads in their hands and everything.
Exactly.
Neil's played an unbelievable shot, got it off. I mean, everything. That's absolutely everything.
Well, I think the only way I was ever going to win a match here at the Crucible, my first match at the Crucible, was to fall over the line, as I should have done 7 years ago. But yeah, finally got over the line in the end.
Well, Chris, congratulations. You've done it. Have a well-deserved rest and a break before the next round, and we wish you all the very best.
Don't have a lie down in a darkened room. You deserve it.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, John. Well played. Well done.
Oh, well played, Chris. Well played. OK, now let's take a moment to hear from the man that he beat, and that is the Thunder from Down Under, Neil Robertson.
Neil, you worked so hard to get yourself back into that match. You knew you had to be aggressive and go on the attack tonight. It just wasn't enough to get you over the line.
Yeah, it was a huge ask after yesterday. I thought yesterday was a pretty cruel run of the ball yesterday. I didn't do a lot wrong. I only missed one kind of ball that I should have potted, and yeah, so 7-2 was a really unfair reflection. But the way I played in the session still gave me a lot of hope today, and I knew if I could come out strong tonight, maybe win 3 of the first 4, then that would be pretty good to take it into an interval. And to win the first 4 was fantastic, and then the interval came, and yeah, I just didn't quite sort of get that momentum going again. I still sort of played some decent stuff. Just potted a really good black at 8 each, and then the key shot, I was just digging down, really tough red, digging down, trying to stun up for the blue. If that goes in, then I've got a bit of a chance to go 9-8, and I think if I got to 9 before him, then I certainly think I would have won. So yeah, but fair play to Chris. He potted some good balls under pressure there, and he's when I was struggling with my game last year, he was really positive in engaging conversation with me and stuff, and he always knew I'd come back. So yeah, I've got nothing but full praise for Chris, and I wish him all the best.
Gracious in defeat as ever, but he'll be absolutely gutted, wouldn't he?
It's a sore one because he's, if he'd have got beat 10-3, 10-4 after what happened yesterday, he'd just been fair enough and shrugged his shoulder. But the fact he's got himself right back to 7-all makes that a real sore one to lose. And as I say, in the last 3 frames, his opponent was just a little bit better than him. He missed 1 or 2. I didn't expect him to. But it's the heat of the battle. When you're out there, it's easy for me sitting in here. We've all been out there under the cosh, and you can miss anything. But very gracious in defeat, and wish Chris very well.
He did indeed. OK, well, whilst we've been watching that, there's been...